That was just a test.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Should be good. I need to switch over to the gnome stuff. I was in the middle of updating some of those textures and things.
Well, we could also take a quick look at that human before you switch over to Nomi Doodles, right? Like,
Sure. I'll open this. So.
and I probably should go look at your stream.
I could try and
now we gotta wait for frickin' Chris Rock or whoever to wrap up his stupid commercial for it. You actually can see it. There we go. All right.
Hey, Sarenth. How you doing, man? Do another dual stream today.
All right, let's take a look at these humans, and then maybe I can help you out with the misalignment. So where's the problem area, first of all? Because I think I know where you were talking about when you were first saying it, where that alignment was missing.
Okay, so let me pull up the... Which one is this? The chainmail. Because, like, this is where it really gets messed up, right? It's like this, this little guy right here. So,
okay.
And it gets squished on the side here. So,
right,
obviously, if I wanted to fix that, I'd go, okay, I'll just do this. And then maybe try and, like, noodle on that or whatever. But it may not be perfect. But the problem I run into then is, like, this shit gets out of alignment, right? It needs to be there for the straps if I'm gonna try and keep that stuff lined up. So it's like I don't
so is the question is if you fix the front, can you adjust the back and then not have an issue? So if you fix it in the front so that way it unwraps nicely from the front, right? Like, is there more ability to adjust from behind, like the back of the character? If that makes sense.
Let's try that. Just make that look.
Because I think you might have been like zoning in really heavy on. I got to get the front to line up, and really have been the back that was actually the thing that wasn't exactly good, or that you could adjust to not have as big of an issue. Or you can massage the back to get it kind of close and the front won't look as bad, you know?
I mean, if I'm just doing it from this one, try and get the straps close. Thing. I mean, it still kind of ends up in that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So one thing you can do is, I know you're trying to move the two layers, right? It's that you're trying to move two of the verts, right? But just try to maneuver, like, leave the top ones where they're aligned, and then you might be able to massage the bottom ones a little bit more, so that way it's not as, stretched and drunken as, the very top part. And it might be able to get you a little bit closer as well.
It's not too bad. That looks pretty goofy, but I don't know. Try and...
The only other way I could see it is if you can
be changing that kind of edge flow here wouldn't really do anything, would it? I connected this to something, so it was more of a Because like there's like a triangle here, I guess, but the issue really is what I'm seeing is like right here.
Mm-hmm. Can you show me the wireframe too, real quick, just so I can get a? Because I'm seeing the wireframe for the for the template.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the other thing you could do is if you could like I mean, I don't know if that would really help you out, but trying to think like maybe you could preserve the UVs and then move the edges closer in, and then that would give you a little bit more wiggle room on the interior, and you know, then you can move the unwraps around a little bit more without it being. Does that make sense? Where you would move your edges but keep the UVs where they were, thus giving you a little bit more room to play around. Because if you squish them in and then give them the same texture resolution, then you're not fighting it as hard with like how much it's squishing or whatever. I can't remember if it was in or out, but like you had like a huge amount of density on one side, then not the other.
I adjusted the volume. Hopefully that's a little bit better, by the way. But yeah, these guys are like on the back.
Mm-hmm.
These are really wonky. That's
yeah.
So I don't even know.
That's why it's kind of strange. Well, it's technically not, because again, remember, the geometry wants to be what it looks like when you look at it straight on. That's what a UV wants to be, right?
Uh-huh.
And so when you look at it from the back and you look at how it's unwrapped now, it is very much that same shape, right? It wants to be, right, if you're looking at it straight on, because that's how an unwrap wants to be, a UV wants to be. So if you look at that planar, right, it wants to be this shape where like the edge juts out way to the left on that side, right? And see how it is, like it wants to be like that, you know? That's technically what the UV wants to be.
Right.
Now, granted, you'd be looking at it more from a top angle, not from this direct back angle, because again, it's planar. It wants to be, the UV wants to be whatever the plane looks like at its flattest position. So that's what the unwrap wants to look like, right? Mm-hmm. For the character's back, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And if you can mirror that exact shape, then you win, right? Then you get everything that you want. But again, like I've always said, it's very much much like the chain link. You tug on one chain and it moves another one, right? And so that's why you're always fighting with your UVs. But the thing you always have to remember is when you're looking at the UV going, why is this warping all weird? It's because, well, it's not the shape that it wants to be. It's being forced into a shape that it doesn't want to be. And so if you can get it to be the shape it wants to be, then you or that's why you massage it to the best that it can be.
Mm-hmm.
And that typically will get you a better alignment and less warping and that sort of stuff. So that's kind of one of those things where if you're struggling with that,
like
then...
if I sit here, I feel like they're pretty close to what they want to be, but like shit doesn't line up. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, that's kind of one of those things too, is in the original, when we were lining these up, were those unwraps messed up? Right? And then we had to make those adjustments on the thing, because they're not straight, it's at an angle, you know? Yeah. I think the back ones are straight, but the front ones aren't, so those unwraps that we initially made these off of could have been wrong, and now it's makes everything else a lot more difficult, right? That's why I always say, it's like, it's good to try to keep things, you know, in alignment to try to hit targets and stuff. But, you know, that's one of those difficulties where it's like, well, we're still massaging that out right now. But, you know, that's kind of one of those things where we'll either, and that's kind of what I was saying, is what you could do is modify your geometry, right? Preserve the UVs, lay them out so that way the lines are a little bit more in line with what the unwrap is, or this texture, the template is, and then you're not fighting with the UVs anymore. You're using the geometry the way it needs to be cut now, and then when you unwrap it and everything, it should align way closer, and then it only needs minor adjustments from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just noticing this now. This is a bit of a weird, like the way the edge flow is, but I was also not sure if it would, how much of it would make a difference, I guess, to...
Oh, it makes a huge difference. Yeah. I mean, edge flow is the most important thing, you know, that's especially when we're trying to make everything the same. So if we're trying to make everything the same and your edge flow is different per character, then it won't look right, right?
Yeah.
I know you hate the word, but that's where standardization helps a lot, right?
Right. I mean, that's what we've been trying to do. Just I guess like been trying to standardize from all fronts, like because we have so many things made already.
Certainly.
It feels like a bit of a moving target sometimes.
Well, again, as we continue to standardize, right? Once again, the concrete starts to solidify, and then it's not really moving anymore. Then it's just done.
Yeah.
But again, we've got a little bit of legwork here that we got to do, and a little bit of stuff we have to figure out. And then once we get it all massaged in, we're good. But again, you know, we can only get it so close. A big part of this is that we're trying to make something fit for everything, right? And that's really hard to do. So to make everything work perfectly.
Yeah.
So there will be like little elements where we have to make adjustments and just be like, well, it's pretty damn close. I guess that's going to have to be good enough. But, you know, it doesn't have to mean we need to full sacrifice the quality of the product we're trying to make. It's just we also have concessions that we have to understand and just be happy with in the end.
I mean, there's I have no illusions that we'll like there won't be issues.
Yeah.
But I think there's a threshold.
Sure.
That I think is acceptable that I'm trying to hit, you know? So.
And I think that's fine.
Remember where the Blender hides its frickin' preserve UVs thing.
Also, I want last draw point. Last draw point. There we go.
There we go.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, you know, I'm taking round 2 on the gnome girl, right? So
yeah.
Sometimes we just gotta do the work a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But again, look at how the UVs are laid out on the template, right? You should be looking at the template and seeing where those lines are going, right? For like the straps, and just try to mirror a little bit of that on his geometry on his chest. So that way when you unwrap them, those points line up a little bit better on where those need to go, and then when you adjust them, they won't be as egregiously warping and weird. If that makes sense.
So get the verts to line up on the texture here.
Yeah, just a little bit closer than what they are. So if you look at like how his geometry is working, and then you look at the geometry that's on that template,
I mean, it should be like right here or something, I feel like, then.
Yeah, roughly somewhere in there.
Okay. Sorry, chat, if I'm not responding right away. I was gonna do 10 things at once. Well, only 3 things probably, but it sounds cooler when I say 10 things.
Yeah, I probably should also be paying attention to chat too. I can help out.
It's all good. You were a bit loud, so I was trying to adjust the volume. So while you were explaining all this stuff to me, so some of it might have just went out one ear.
No
But
worries. I think you picked up most of what I was putting down. I think the unwrap will look a lot better now, though.
yeah, this looks it's lining up way closer without being so distressed. So I'm gonna see how it looks with this chainmail now. Hopefully, okay, that's not bad.
Boom. See?
Let me get this guy. Okay, well, I'll just, it's fine. I'd rather have this. I think I can live with this. Getting crunched a little bit on the shoulders, because it'll probably stretch out in the animation.
I wouldn't be too concerned about that, no.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get it as great.
I would pull under, like, right around his pec area, though. It seems like the UVs could get pulled down. It's like right at the see where that first band is? Yeah, those can get pulled down slightly.
These ones? Like that?
Yeah, I think, yeah, those ones, I think, yeah. Just, yeah, right, yeah. Not, it's not a lot, it's a little, but there is a little stretch going on there.
Stretch
But,
in
but it
the
should
chain.
go down. Yeah, because there's
I see what you mean. I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
So, like, see how above? Yeah, perfect, right there, nailed it. Yeah, it wasn't much; it was a little, but I could see that there was a difference in the repeating, where one was looking a little stretched and then the other was looking a little squished. That's perfect.
Yeah, I saw what you were calling out there. Yeah, I was trying to. I think I was noodling on that bit to, because I was trying to get this shirt to go. I did a little bit of paint over to try and get it, because I pushed up this edge, because it was painted way further down and it looks really weird on the females. And then it was looking kind of weird, so I was just trying to like do a combination of fixing the texture and noodling on this guy. So
Gotcha.
but yeah, this one's a tricky one because it has like this, layer that goes onto the shoulders. Like it's a sort of a circular thing that goes across the chest, but also onto the top of the shoulders, which is across the seam line. Which is something we probably shouldn't do.
No.
I'm wondering if we should just like get rid of that on this.
Well,
shirt.
that's where on this shirt, what that would be is it would go on your shawl layer.
Yeah, that's what I was.
That would be part of the shawl, and then all of them would be exactly the same, and it would never be a fighting thing. Correct.
Yeah,
I think that's how you do that.
That's what I'm thinking we should probably do, is just get rid of this entirely, because like I can get them pretty fucking close on everybody. Honestly, I think the human male is, like, for whatever reason, the worst case right now. Or the ogre is a little bit off too, but like it's a fight that we probably don't even need to fight, honestly.
No. No, you shouldn't really have things. They should always be separated between the torso part that you have and the shoulder part that you have, and really try not to
Yeah.
overstep the boundary, right? That's kind of the no-go zone. Just because we don't really control the amount of textile density that we're running between the arm and the chest. The
Yeah.
other thing is I mean, the one good thing is we are trying to line the UVs, so for the most part, it will look acceptable from a distance.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, it mostly works. So ultimately, I mean, it's just what do we want to live with here? But we
Yeah.
do have the tech to be able to use the shawl, so would that be a worthy shawl item? Giant shrug for me. That's a decision we would have to make. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, this has always been kind of a thing, and I've never really like stopped and really thought about it. But like, I thought about it today. I was like, this is fucking dumb. Like, why are we doing this to
or would
ourselves?
you run it? Well, right. Or would you just run it from the very edge of his chest and then have it go around, right? And then your arm is your arm.
Just
It's not
yeah,
overlaying. Yeah, you just
just
bring it
push it
into
in.
where the chest is. Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
So that's where you'd be like, well, I can't. It would be cool if we could do that, but again, if we want to do something more fantastical, we can use the shawl, and then B, we could always model out something for it, right? Or something, right? For
Yeah.
like
I
shoulders or something,
I mean,
you know.
putting it on the shawl makes sense to me because that's kind of a free item, extra item or extra layer to play with on more than just this shirt too. So
Sure.
yeah, that's I'm not going to redo that whole texture right now, but for the
No, do
moment, I
it.
guess
I command you. No, I'm just kidding.
it's good a good tool to get this closer at least, even if we don't end up keeping it this way. But
Yeah, nailed it, dude. It's looking good now.
yeah, cool. Yeah, I was just going through some of the chess pieces and trying to get like approximate the stuff. There's going to be some more cleanup that needs to happen as well. But just I figured it was a kind of a easy, lazy thing to do that would get some stuff done. So
Heck yeah, man.
start
Hey,
testing out
easy
the
layups, man. You always
yeah
got to take the easy layups.
yeah good. Figured it'd probably be good to like start testing out our new layout on everything as well, like sooner. Of course I've mostly through it, but getting the polish in there and everything. So
Yeah.
um
Well, now at least you kind of like learned like how to fix that scenario in the future too when you run into that. So.
yeah. Okay, this is pretty good. Pop them back in. But then after this I'll probably swap to the gnome.
Yeah. And then we can look at just a reminder, that model I was doing was base. Oh, mother. Just realized I'm painting on the wrong layer. That's bad of me.
Oh, I hate that. The gnome is you're gonna say the male, you mean?
Yeah, so I was kind of saying, like, when I made that one, right? Like, just remember that was my first, like, hey, I'm joining this team. Let me do some rigmarole. I did not change the unwraps for it. I did not do any of that, so it's gonna need
That's
an
fine.
unwrap pass.
That's fine. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean that's
Just
what
as
I'm
long as
that's what
you're
I've been
aware
doing,
of
right?
that,
Going through and doing that shit. So
Mm-hmm. There we go.
cool.
Boo.
Let me pop on. Yeah. I moved all the belts, or most of the belts, I should say, as well. Get them.
Oh yeah, under the lower. Yeah, that's so. I can't wait until we do a version where we do like a big old like girdle thing. Will be sick.
Yeah, one of the goblins in chat now. One of the leather, I think it was. I think it's the Night Harbor leather. Well,
Mhm.
I think that's going to be the one that's going to have the big girdle. I think it seems like. Like that big battle belt. That'll look cool on ogres, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this looks good. It's all lined up. I like it. Oh, this guy. Maybe I'll just flip this upside down and go.
You had talked about that last time, about flipping that belt.
It was this one.
Oh.
This one. 'Cause-
I mean, yeah, you could always. Yeah, that one needs to get
Yeah.
fixed for sure,
This-
right? Because it's gonna get cut off at the waist no matter what now. So, which will be unfortunate, but
it just doesn't sit well anymore on this, and I don't know if there's some seam issues that could be corrected, but this one right here though, it just make more sense to just flip this upside down and have the flat part on the thing. I think I'd really like to kind of be strict about the belt line.
oh, that's
keeping it
unfortunate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. How did I? Oh, because I got. Oh, brutal. When I merged these, did I kill the skin? Oh, that's what happened. Dang it. Something happens and you don't have
Make
things
those granny panties in the
labeled.
background. Reported.
Okay, I'm gonna do. Yeah, don't save. And then I'm gonna grab the skin. Like, okay, yeah, I'm good. Oh, yeah, okay. So let's do this. Control A, Control C. And then I'm gonna jump into you. And then I'm gonna do Control P.
Hey, quick, Sana. Hey, everybody. I haven't said hey to you, by the way. Sorry. We're doing a dual stream today, so I'm less on top of chat tonight, probably.
Skin, label it. All right, there we go. Okay, all right, we're good now. Boom. All right, we're back. We're back on action. It's fixed just a little bit, but hey, it's all right.
Okay, my thing is frozen for some reason. That's always good. Oh, there we go. My God. Okay. Cool. So that's pretty good. So let's look at the gnome. I still have the little guy somewhere. Here we go.
I mean, if you need to, I can always jump in on. Oh, you still have the version I sent?
Yeah,
okay.
I still have it.
Okay.
I just need. Yeah, I'll just pop him in here and then take a look at him because UVs and things. Anyway.
Oh yeah, again, never touched the UVs, and I probably was about 3/4 of the way through adjusting the character itself. So yeah, it's gonna need a full pass through. This isn't just oh, it's ready to go. Yeah, I had it like partly ready, and
it's all good.
And I don't think I had done anything with the belt stuff either, because that was prior to belt modifications.
Okay. That's no problem. It looks like I need to do the. It looks like he's. Well, let's see. Hang on. Let me. Clear sharp. Let me load. Oh my goodness. Blender. Holy hell. Okay. He's split in half here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, when I model on symmetry, that's kind of how I model. So I only have to do the adjustments once, right?
Yeah, that's no problem. Put the belt here.
Yeah.
That Vic hates it when his thing is frozen too. It gets real cold out.
Sounds chilly.
Trying to make that yellow snow and nature bites back. So from what I've seen on this guy, I think the major things that you changed were arm length and head shape. I don't know if you did the butt. You did some stuff to the butt too, butt shape,
Yeah.
and just
I
kind of
cleaned up butt a little bit. Yep,
torso.
rounded everything out, and
Yeah.
yeah, that was one of the things. Is kind of like what I had told you before. Was from like every angle, you should always see the next kind of side of the character for the most part. Where it's like you look at it from one side, and you're like, oh, I can see the next set of polys, right? That's always what kind of rounds out the character real nicely.
Yeah.
So that way you can kind of it just makes them look like they have more three-dimensional depth. But again, I didn't go hog wild and like full remodel this dude. I just did some real basic like maneuvering stuff. So any additional changes are all up to you.
Just delete the gnome. Gnome problem fixed. It's one way of doing it.
Yep. One less race we have to work on? Hell yeah.
More time for lizards.
Yep. Remove from game.
I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by lizards.
Wow, what a shocking development. You added lizards to the game.
I'll have to come up with an actual name for them at some point.
About the Sylphin.
Not bad. I was thinking, so my character, the character I go by is like Zukan Varon, and Zukan I just got from like a random name generator in 99 EverQuest. But for the surname, I actually like looked up, you know, names and stuff on websites, and Varon means like water lizard, water snake, I think. I was like, oh, that'd be kind of a cool name, I guess, for them.
Word.
So I don't know. I'd throw that into the ring, but I don't know if that's I don't know.
If you ever need, I got a big list of D&D notes with names and all kinds of crazy shit in it, so if you ever want to take a peruse through that.
Like your stuff, or is that like
Oh yeah,
official?
yeah. That's all my yeah. I've been writing a D&D campaign for like 5 years, at least. So I've got like a bunch of places that I have written up, like descriptions, like heavy descriptions, and then just characters and stuff, and races and orders and all that sort of stuff that I've like homebrewed for the most part. Because the one thing I love about D&D is it gives you like the basic guidelines, but then I prefer just making up my own. Like, I don't think I've ever run like a module before because I've always just made up my own.
Yeah.
Which is way more fun because modules you're like, oh, we played it that one time and now I remember everything about it. But when I make stuff and then I make creatures and monsters and stuff, then players they can't metagame me. And so I kind of just like sometimes oh it's the regular thing and then you can modify them slightly or whatever, like a kobold, but kobolds have a shriek now that if you stand next to it disorients you. It's like, oh, that's new.
Yeah. And if you're gonna make a campaign, it'd be more fun to make your own thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense to me.
I mean, the thing that got me back into doing the campaign was Critical Role, right? Like but that was like back in season 1. So what is that, like 8 years ago now or whatever? Just ridiculous amount of time that's been since it come out since their first episode 1. And I've been basically watching it since then. I'm like, I need to make my D&D adventure again. And then I got my old group back together and we'd been playing for quite some time.
Last time I played, like, it was many years ago, and I don't know what it is. Like, I'm a very visual person, so the D&D, like, around a table without any visual aids, I find kind of boring.
Well,
And
that's why, like, again, I'm the same way. And so, me being the DM, I do a lot of vivid description. So that way it creates that place in your mind,
yeah,
So, when I write my descriptions, yes, my descriptions can be a little bit long winded, but I want to put you in that place.
mm-hmm.
So, describing a thing so that way you can picture it in your mind is something I do a lot when I do my D&D campaign. So like describing the building that you're walking into and what and why it is and what's going on with it when you enter and the sounds and smells and sights, right? All of those things are very important. Instead of just saying you walk up to the local bar, right? The giving a full description of what's going on there is important
Mm-hmm.
to me anyway. Oh yeah, I shouldn't whip my character around like I keep forgetting. Move a little bit slower. I don't want to make anybody seasick.
You walk into the local bar. Now your head hurts.
Yeah.
It was a dark and stormy. If I were, I don't think I have like I'm serious enough to like take it seriously. I'd just be stupid jokes like that all the time. Like, it was a dark and stormy night.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably also part of the reason why doing that in person and stuff. It's not for me. I can't take it seriously enough, I guess.
Mm.
I don't know. No shade against people who do that. It's just my personality, I guess.
No, I get you.
Oh man.
I mean, I could read you off a little one for one of my little cities. See if you can get a visualization for it.
Yeah, man.
All right, all right. This is one like a little town nestled in the wood. All right. Nestled deep in a grove of old wood, the moss-covered walls emerged from the tree line, standing proudly among the surrounding white aspen. Yellow leaves rain down from the canopy above. Long blue banners trail from the battlements. A crest of 5 stars wreathed in a crescent moon hangs from the gatehouse. As it shows its age, the heavily lumbered door, bound in large iron tines, weathered and battle scarred, made of an old lumber. Known for its timber exports and a key waypoint on the east trade routes, however, the poor harvest and a rash of bandit activity has put the city in disrepair. Recent disputes between the local nobles have severely impacted the trade route in the area, leaving it in a state of decline.
That's cool. That's like a little town, little
Yeah,
lumber
yeah,
settlement.
yeah. It's kind of one of the first towns that the characters end up going into, right? There's like more parts of it too when they're walking through the city and that sort of stuff. But yeah. Just the initial like, hey, you walked out of the woods and this is what you see, right? And it's like trying to give it a little bit more of a vivid nature, you know,
Yeah.
than just, hey, you walked out of the woods and then there's this town here.
Did a lot of creative writing in school and stuff.
Did I? No, not at all. Like I said, I was always just an artist. I drew pictures. That's what I love to do, and I got in trouble a lot for it. But you know, because people always say that I wasn't paying attention, even though you can draw and paint and talk and do stuff simultaneously. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, some teachers find that disrespectful.
Oh, that's the education system kind of teaching everybody the same way, even though brains don't all work the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought I was really dumb, and now I only think I'm kind of dumb. But like, it's because of that stuff. It's like, is that like my brain doesn't really process like I don't have great like reading comprehension. Like I always have to read stuff multiple times to really kind of absorb information.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you know, that sort of stuff was always difficult for me, and I always thought I was just stupid because of it.
I mean, for me, reading is just, you know, it has to be something exciting. Otherwise, I just get so bored. Like it's so, and then that's what ends up happening is like I will have to reread it because like all of a sudden I'm 3 pages past. I've been bored out of my mind. I'm thinking about other stuff, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, Oh no, I have to go back and read like 3 or 4 pages because I stopped paying attention a while ago.
Yeah,
Right.
I know that feel.
Eh. Yeah, I think for me, when I'm like creating a place or a description, just making it as vivid as possible, right? When I read it, can I see it in my mind? Then I know that I kind of did a good job.
Mm-hmm. I found this out fairly recently. Um, back to like brain stuff. Like, there's some people that like can't like visualize. Like, if you,
That's my buddy Jeff is exactly that way.
yeah,
He
it's
can't. He can't. If you said picture a red apple,
yeah,
he can't picture a red apple,
yeah. I was gonna
right?
use an apple as the example
Yeah.
too.
Yep. He can associate the word apple and he knows what an apple is, but he can't vividly imagine what a red apple looks like.
Yeah.
Right?
Or if it's like a kind of the picture of an apple, but if you tell them to modify it with their mind, like there's a worm in the thing, like
Mm-hmm.
it's like looking at Google Images. They only can see what
Mm-hmm.
they've seen.
Indeed.
Interesting. Oh, son of a bitch.
Give the gnomes big old like warts on their feet.
I was yeah. Trying to get get their little topology nice. They got some pretty big feet, honestly, for gnomes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of encroaching on the halfling territory here. That
Okay.
says, yeah, I was like that all the time when you were a kid. That's why I do audiobooks now. Yeah, I've tried some audiobooks too. A good orator is key for describing an atmosphere. Hey Baloo, how you doing, man? Yeah, we're doing another dual stream.
Yo.
We'll have to like figure a way to get more people. Do like a quad stream.
Try our quadra stream. Oh man.
Wouldn't it be cool if we just had
There
like
we go.
the entire art team just working on stuff? What?
Just jazzing out. Yeah, I mean it's possible. I did it again. God dang. This time I'll make sure that it says skin when I freaking fix the doodly doos, though. That's for
I'll
certain.
buy another monitor so I can watch, play, and comment. There you go. Yeah, man. Like, I think it's if you when you really get into it, like you're painting away and stuff, and you switch to another part or something, and forget to switch the layer, it's just devastating. Sometimes like you can get away with what I do. If it's like if I'm painting on something that's sort of on its own, I go into Photoshop and copy paste it back onto where it should be.
I just grab the layer of whatever I've done, make my selection, then Control Shift J and make a new layer, and then merge where it needs to go. That's the best way to do it.
Blue joined the stacking monitor nation, bruh. Welcome. It's so much better. Because when I had my stuff like my monitors side by side, my neck would hurt, but this is way better. It feels cooler too. It feels like a command center thing. Rad. Feels like I could work for the government or something.
See, that's why I have a Cintiq. And then I just shift my monitor around and it works just about the same way.
Hey, John.
Now we're back cooking with fuel. There we go.
White Bandits, you got 4 monitors, bro? You got 5 monitors with the laptop? And your TV? Jesus. I mean, I have 3 technically, but I have 2 for my main one, which is what I actually use, and then the third one is like it's the stream PC, but it's like a 7-inch, like really mini monitor that is just kind of there to monitor that PC. I don't know what you do with 4 full monitors.
Well, one of them is for videos only. One of them's for like permanent streaming, right? And then you've got 3 for other work.
I don't even know. I had 3 at my last job, because when someone left, you just everybody would like descend like vultures on their desk and just take stuff. So I managed to get 3 monitors that way, but I don't think I really used. I mean, I had 2 that I was using, but then the third one was just like a browser. I didn't really need it. I think 2 is my max that I really need. All right, I need to figure out what to fucking do with this edge here. This one's connected to this guy, I think is what I'm gonna do. And then take these out. I'll do this. That's what it's doing on the front.
Yeah, for a dude that works. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Quicksana says, Zukan, I just installed Wallpaper Engine and your animated campfire scene. Love it. Nice. Congrats. I need to make a couple more of those. I'm sure there's some other cool places we could use for that thing. Get some Wormsbane in there and find a nice spot in Telekir, maybe. Some Night Harbor, I think, as well. Some of those sunsets or sun-ups. A clip of Timmy's room, the wandering pathing in and out would be dope. Well, you need to make sure it like loops pretty well, so pathing dudes can sometimes throw a wrench into that. I'll see what I can do though.
So Zukan, when are we adding the belly dancer armor in for Night Harbor?
Yo, we got Ollie set up the gendered texture stuff already, so we could do that already.
Hell yeah!
It's pretty easy to set up too. Need to pick a chainmail or something to do the chainmail bikini with. Get that in.
Yeah, that's one thing we'll have to sit down and really think about. Doing some tileable texture stuff, so that way we can just like copy pasta them into certain armor stuff. So like, oh, we need a scale mail, we need a chain mail, right? Like we could use a nice leather pattern, so that way we can just drop it in on armor and then just do a nice cleanup on it.
Mm-hmm.
Scruffy Bard asks, how's the Wood Elf mail coming? It is completed. It is now in for animation currently.
Yeah.
Along with the Wood Elf female. Both of them are in it for animation.
You guys want to see the Wood Elf male, bro? It's amazing. I think I showed you guys actually. Here, we'll let that load, but yeah, we can show that off.
Is it the textured version or is it just the grayscale version?
Oh, well, you ruined it. There was going to be the grayscale. That's the joke.
Oh, okay. I thought. Well, I didn't know if you'd done. It got put in. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess we're just we're waiting on Urkin staff, I guess, to do
Yeah,
this.
I know. I just didn't know if you had done anything with him, where he's like, "Hey, I want to get this into the thing," but you never know.
Yeah.
How do I know? Right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, right?
No, it's all good. Yeah, it would be nice to. I think he's working on it this week though, but hopefully we can get that in because right now it looks like this, and it's a little problematic. There's the female. I still don't know what the heck's going on with the waist theme. That's gonna drive me up.
I'm hoping that's gonna be fixed though with the new UVs and all that jazz.
This does have the new UVs, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
What?
No, because you look at her groin, like her things are all messed up. It's not right. So yeah, this is the new textures are all in there, but that's not with the new model or anything like that.
Really?
So yeah.
Okay. I thought she was up to date.
Durkin's got the. I think we ended up making some adjustments around and stuff on it, and I just sent it over to Urkin.
Okay. So. Okay. Well.
Just because if he was going to be doing it, he might as well just freaking get it in.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll solve it. And if it doesn't, then we'll still have to figure out what's going on there. But we'll see.
Goblin says he wanted a dancer class eventually. Made a class concept for it at one point. I think if we do end up doing that, I think you should go in with the lizards because I've been kind of putting that into their lore and stuff that they like to dance and that sort of thing. So it would make sense, I think. And even if we don't do, what the fuck? What the hell? Come on, bro.
Ruh-roh. That's unfortunate.
Got some hip issues
there. Be back 2 seconds. Oh, we're gravy. Okay.
Lizard dancer glass.
We'll get back.
Shake the tail thing. There you go.
Oh, I thought they would have use like fans as battle weapons and stuff. That'd be pretty sick.
That'd be interesting. I don't know. There is like a dancer or something in Lineage, which I think is like kind of like a bard from what it sounded like. I don't know how much actual combat they would do, but yeah, I don't know. No, it's a dancer glass. The character transforms into living glass. Dance around, shimmer in the moonlight. The glass can you do a lot of damage, but you take a hit, you know, your glass, so it's like literal glass cannon there. Pole arm dancer. That'd be pretty funny. The only weapon they can use is a pole arm. We're getting too into the weeds here with that. I think just need to chill out.
Well, pole arms are quarterstaffs.
for the gnomes. Okay, this area is all wonky. I need to. This seems bad, so I'm thinking here. This is good. That's good. This is bad. Okay. Goblin says, I was thinking it would be a class where you use really short range, short lasting buffs on other players. Meant to emphasize other players' damage spells. So you kind of dance with the wizards in the back or something? Back of the raid. Hmm. Okay, this is. Well, do I want to do it this way? Let's get rid of this. Let this come down.
DPS is always melee classes.
Make it chunkier.
Make it chunkier. Hey, Nicodemus, thanks for the sub, dude. 19 months, bro. You're an expert.
Giving that gnome some cakes, dude.
Yeah. I'm gonna make this growing area make sense. Make it like it's gonna move reasonably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, White Bandit. Wizards. I don't know. Maybe it's a controversial opinion or a hot take or whatever, but like, and maybe it's a bug too. I don't know, but like wizards wielding two-handed swords. I don't know about that. That seems kind of. It seemed like they were doing a lot of damage because doing a lot of damage with the sword and then popping a nuke, you know, just a lot of damage, a lot of output. I could see, like, I don't know, man, like them using swords, fine, but a two-handed sword, I feel like it should be one-handed. Limit them to one-handed stuff. That's my take, anyway. Gandalf didn't use two-handed stuff. He was dual wielding, bro.
True.
Yeah, Gandalf was a spell sword, dude. Yeah. See, Gandalf was a spell blade, dude. What are you talking about? He's not a wizard. You didn't know that they could use two-handed swords first? Yeah, they can totally use two-handed swords, and then you're slamming stuff for you know, two-handed damage. And then you pop a nuke. It's kind of a lot. Okay, this is starting to look okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say something's going on over there, but back of his quad or something all weird.
This. Oh, what the fuck? Man, I did something.
Yeah, yeah. There's things that happened.
How? Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Was that what you were looking at? Is something? I don't know how I got that far in without noticing that. I was just trying to straighten these. This needs to be like that, I assume. Right? Or do I want? I want there to be an edge here.
I think that's the correct way. I'm pretty sure anyway.
Yeah, man, the butt and groin area is always like so complicated to like kind of plan out sometimes. Such a range of motion.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of bending that we have to deal with, especially with these smaller characters, right? In such a short amount of distance between like hip and knee. That yeah, you have to really pay attention to where the geometry is going, right?
Yeah. He Gandalf left the group and soloed the Balrog to have solo loot and XP. Not wrong. He had to do a corpse run, but it was worth it, it seems like.
Yeah, the fact that they just brush over
this closed everything. Holy crap. The fact that they
Make it chunkier.
They just brushed over the fact that it's like, oh, did you die?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, sick new threads, dude.
Yeah, you know what? The last time I rewatched that, something occurred to me. It's like he met Pippin and Merry, right? Before he met the other guys who were like Gandalf, and then Gandalf's like, "Oh yeah, that was my name." You mean to tell me that Merry and Pippin didn't also say Gandalf when they saw him too?
They didn't. He was just some dude. Didn't know who he was.
I feel like there's a plot hole there. Thanks for the 6 months prime there, Dargeth. Sorry, I was in the throes of complaining about Lord of the Rings. Okay. So the only thing that I'm concerned about is how stretched out this seems to be. The little booby region here.
Sure.
That seems like it's Might be cause problems. If I can.
How so? With
Well,
like how
what?
high it is, or
Well,
I'm
like,
confused.
um,
Oh. Well,
it,
remember you have to do a little bit of that with the unwraps too. But sure.
yeah. Um, yeah. I mean,
Again, he has not been unwrapped for anything,
right.
so
I'm not even there yet, but I'm just like trying to make sure that, because these polys just look like they're little distressed. So if I can make them a little more
oh sure,
comfortable, maybe that'll make
I
it
get you.
easier.
I see what you're saying.
Baloo says, however, Merry and Pippin were smoking a lot of halfling leaf. I guess so. Didn't they, I'm trying to think of the timeline. At what point they met him? Was it after they, like, conquered Isengard? Because that would make sense if they were totally baked at that point. But I don't know. I don't. I'd have to watch it again and try and get an idea of the timeline. Oh, this needs some edges here for sure. That's a fucking Engon, bro.
Mm-hmm. Or make sure that his neck has a loop that goes all the way around it, because that's what it's actually looking like it's missing. So you might want to weld that down and then just put a new loop in for his neck. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nope, not like that.
Yeah, that looks like you just want to weld. Nope. Yep. That's unfortunate.
Oh, what the fuck? Let's do this. And then we'll do that.
There you go. Yeah, and then he just needs to have a loop put in for his neck. Beautiful.
What do you mean a loop for the neck?
No, you got it. You put
Oh,
it in. That's
oh,
what I
yeah.
was talking about.
Probably delay.
Yeah, it is. You did the thing already. And then just massage that neck out nice so it looks good.
Yeah.
Give him a neck
Yeah.
massage.
So there's one thing I had to do on the. There was another adjustment I did on the human male was the UV, the height of the neck on the UV. I needed to noodle because one of these ones that has like a turtleneck piece.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't line up. It lined up perfectly on the female. I have it here still. I have the male and the female human in here. So when I'm painting stuff, I can check on both real quick.
Sure.
And it lines up. It lined up well on the female, but on the male it was off. So that might be something to keep an eye out to. Because like the UVs were on the sheet, they were the same, right? But for whatever reason, I guess it's because of the geometry.
It is. It's geometry related then.
Yeah. So that's just something to be aware of, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on these guys with no necks.
Eraser tool, get out of here. Actually, I'm also going to weld these together. Because I'm sick of having to fight that. Down.
My
We'll
sub is
separate
inconsequential in the light of Lord of the Rings trilogy incongruencies. Time to marathon all 3 of the extended editions.
Sounds like
Warm
fun.
up with the animated Bass Reckon
Ooh,
version.
dude, that's the best version too.
I haven't seen that one in a while. You know what I did
That's
see though?
so good.
I watched the animated Lord of the Rings from the 70s for the first time, and going into it, I was unaware that it was a lot. There's a lot of rotoscoping.
Kick-ass tunes.
I don't remember the music, but I do remember a lot of crazy rotoscoping and
Yeah, dude.
like it was pretty
It's
crazy.
amazing. I love it.
I mean,
Dude, if there's a whip, there's a way. Come on, man. That's a great song. That's a banger.
I don't remember. What the fuck? Is there no edge here? What the hell? What am I?
The friggin' goblins in that are like the coolest frickin'. They look so cool. I love the animated series.
I guess. What am I looking at here? I did this. That's what I want. What I want? Is that going to cause problems? Holy.
Well, those need to get pulled down because it's not going to look right otherwise.
Oh my god. Stop spinning, you dumb. Probably needs to be like this or something, right?
It needs to be lowered. So, whatever it is you're doing. It's going to make the neck stretch slightly, but that's the world we live in here with these unwraps. So,
Yeah. I don't know. Was there a better way to do the necks, by the way? Or you think...
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
What would you have done?
Now. I would have made so like I'll just draw this on my character just for funsies. What I would have done would have been, let's see, 500 just so I can make this very visible. So like, you know how you have your like your neck piece here where it's like that straight piece, right?
Yep.
And then it goes to the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I would have done it kind of the same way, except at this point I would have made like an angle for like the textures and stuff, because like if you have a character that has traps that like stick out, you know, from the neck, you're forced to make them straight, and then that makes this really kind of shitty kind of thing where it's like you can't have that, you know.
Well, we did have them at an angle, at least on the back for some of them, but we straightened those.
Oh, it would have been for both. I would have done it for both
Oh,
of these. I
I
would have
see.
like on the front and the back, it would have been exactly the same, and then this point on the front and the back would have been in the same spot, right? So that way your neck and traps and stuff would be like all of this is like really really important, and then you could have, you know, because some of these characters have these, you know, areas in here that allows you to have a little bit more like leeway in here to be able to like not have them.
Would it have been an insane thing to just have the neck be a separate island and just have it like one
sure, that
one
would have been
single
fine
thing?
too. Yeah, I mean, you could have had it so that it would have been from, you know, it would have been like cut on one edge, right? And then it would be unwrapped all the way through as like one solid thing. But
Yeah.
you know, I mean, sure, that would have been a way to do it too.
Yeah, that's
Granted, it all being on one thing is fine as well. It's just it's one of those things where that really harsh squared off transition is kind of tough to deal with, especially if you have again like traps or anything like that, or the neck doing kind of weird stuff, you know, then all of a sudden it can be kind of not great or ideal. But
yeah.
it is what it is. This is where we're at now. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I was playing with like having the neck be its own thing at one point, but didn't go that route.
Again, this is serviceable, right? We just have to be good about our geometry, and then it should work fine, right? Like, not that shouldn't be too big a deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we were talking about two different films there.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the? Because you're talking about the Hobbit, but I'm talking about the Lord of the Rings one. Have you seen that one?
Oh, I haven't seen that one. No.
It's trippy, dude.
Hmm.
It might be
Yeah, I was
worth.
thinking the Hobbit one. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings one, it might be worth. It's like it's pretty goofy. I would suggest if you do watch it with friends or something. It's like one of those one of those movies that you kind of
Sure.
giggle about and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Dang, dude, this little gnome girl is looking pretty good now.
yeah, glad to get all of them sorted out. Is that rotoscoped one that had the super frog looking creepy as heck looking golem? With
No, that
very
was the Hobbit one.
yeah, that's the Hobbit. Yeah, there's no. I don't think there's any. I'm not aware of any rotoscoping. Uh, in the Hobbit, that seems like it was straight animated. Rotoscoping is when they like film something and then they like cut it up, but they do it. I mean, you can do it digitally, I guess, but they did it by hand back then, so it was a lot of it. I don't know how that like. I guess they used some new technology or something, and it was like we looked it up because I was like, why the fuck did they do this? It was like it must have been new technology or something that they were employing. It doesn't because they switch between full animation and rotoscope film stuff with like a filter over it, so it looks like it's animated. But
Well,
it's
they did it. Yeah, they did it back then just because they felt it was cheaper because you didn't have to pay an animator to like full animate a thing. You could just trace over,
I guess so.
you know, a filmed thing, and thus they get the poses and everything that they needed, even though it didn't look great, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the animation looks better, and you can do stuff that you can't really do in real life, right? All the rotoscoping stuff kind of sucks. So, I mean, it's kind of there, I guess, as if it's cheaper and quicker than full animation, then you could use it as like filler to like fill in those bits of the story or whatever. I could see that, but I don't know, dude. It's
Well, I mean, you got to think about it this way. At that time, what rotoscoping is what CG is now for us, right? Where it was cheaper because you didn't have to draw out all the frames. You could just trace them, You didn't have to start from scratch every time, basically. And so it was easier to trace than it was to, in terms of using the rotoscoping comparatively. And now we use 3D CG Garbo stuff, right? and that looks terrible. Because again, hand drawing is still the best.
Yeah. Is there anything greater than 4 sides? No, we got no bad polygons there. Okay. Oh, this dude doesn't even have 2.
No, like I said, I stripped him of everything. I was just working on the model because I hadn't even gotten to the texture stuff yet.
Nah, that's all good.
Update. I'm gonna save.
That's a good idea. I should probably do that too.
Haha. Dude, the other day I was working on this sculpt. I'm kidding you not. My computer crashed once. Windows rebooted for an update without telling me, and then crashed a second time. I was just like, I've just literally blew out my entire like day basically because of all this. Just like, screw it, I'm done. I'm not doing any more art today.
That's rough.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Where is that? Wait, I thought I took that off of there. Weird. All right. Well, I thought I broke that off of that.
Painting on the wrong layer.
Well, no, well, I had, and then I fixed it, and apparently I hadn't fixed it, so I don't know. Weird, dude. All right. Did that fit? Okay, that should fix it. Thank you. Maybe I just didn't save it correctly. Sometimes that happens where it's like doesn't save the like out of Photoshop. You're like, I saved it, and it's like, oh, I didn't overwrite it though. Not sure if I really like that though.
Oh man, you know what's worse than that? I mean, the Windows losing shit to Windows updates and shit is annoying, but like, I have a YouTube, I have a Yahoo, an old Yahoo account, old Yahoo email, and I somehow like, because when you buy like a Ubisoft game on Steam, it launches Ubisoft, and you have to make an account there in order to play their freaking games. And so, you know, over the course of many years or whatever, I guess I accidentally created 2 separate Ubisoft accounts, and I had a couple games on one and a couple games on the other. And I then somehow managed to purchase a DLC for Assassin's Creed, and then
Mhm.
linked it to the wrong one. So I had the game on one and then the DLC on another one,
Oh
and it just
no.
it freaked out. I couldn't play the game anymore, and I was like, I ignored it for a long time because I was like, I don't want to deal with this. But I finally got around to trying to figure it out, and it was a long road. And then at the end of it, they basically wanted me to verify the email accounts, and
Mhm.
because the Yahoo one I use is Yahoo, because I don't want to. It's like my junk mail account,
Right.
And I just kind of let it sit there.
It got
And
deleted.
it didn't get deleted. It's
Oh.
worse than that.
Oh, it got stolen.
It's, you know how like if you don't log in for a while, they're like and then you do, it asks you to verify with your like phone number or something.
Sure.
It's so old that it's on my old phone number, which I don't have access to anymore.
Oh.
So I have no way to verify this email account anymore. So I can't verify that stupid thing. And
And you
I
don't have a
can't.
way to change it, and you can't contact them either. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's.
I contacted
Yeah.
Yahoo support,
Mhm.
and they couldn't verify my identity in order to do this shit. So I'm basically
Mhm.
locked out of this fucking thing. And
Mhm.
so I was like, you know what? Fine. I bought the game was on sale, and I just rebought the stupid fucking game on the other account, and then I just
Sure.
closed the other Ubisoft account. And I'm
Yep.
like, fine, whatever. That was a pain in the ass, but it's
Finally, it's all
resolved.
together.
But the
Yep.
problem now is that I have other stuff that's bound to that email account. And this was the one that I just found out as I was setting up this stream, was my main Discord account has that email too. And I was like,
Oh
oh,
no,
I should
dude.
change this immediately. And then
And
it
now you have
asked
to
me,
verify.
it's gonna send a verification email. I'm like, well, I'm fucked. So I'm gonna have to see if I can talk to Discord support, or I'm just gonna. You guys are just gonna see a new fucking person on the team in Discord
Oh
in a
no,
month.
dude. And that's why we don't use the junk accounts for games.
Yeah. In the ass. Call your old phone number and ask the person on the other end to.
Yeah.
Well, here's the. Yeah, I mean, I still have the phone, but I guess the number is probably not assigned to that phone anymore.
I mean, it's still possible that it could. No, yeah, I mean, because it's not in service, you know.
Yeah.
Like it won't get anything, right? You don't receive cell service on the phone.
No, yeah.
I
was
mean,
hoping that maybe.
the one insane thing you could do is go and just have it turned on for like a month. Be like, hey, can I return this phone? I want to put it on another one of my lines. Because a lot of phone companies now have lines and shit. But granted, what carrier did you have? Do you still have that same carrier? Yada, yada, yada. But if you do still have the same carrier, you can, and a lot of, they're like, oh, you get 2 lines for whatever. You could bring your phone back online for like a month, right? Get all that you needed to do, and then
Yeah.
right.
Maybe. I don't know. It might.
That would be a giant pain in the rear, but that would be a way to do it.
Yeah, but it might be worth it. Maybe depending on how that works, because like, I mean that's a whole.
Well, the other thing
That's
is
another
like
can of worms.
your number might just be gone too, right? Because it would have to be to the same freaking number.
Yeah.
So, and if you switched all your stuff, see, that's the thing is like, I still have the same phone with the same number that I've had since like 2000, you know, since I ever got a phone. So my number has never changed.
Yeah, I don't go through phones very quickly, so the one that the phone in question is like really old.
Yeah, dude, I got an old flip razor, man. Like, you just sitting in my closet, just chilling, man. Collector's item.
Yeah. I think my current plan of action is to see if Discord will allow me to change my email.
That's probably number
Because
one.
like,
Yeah.
as far as I know, that I mean, there's probably other accounts that thing is assigned to, but like, I don't know. I need to go through and check my freaking Steam account and just see, because that email is basically gone. I don't
Right.
know. So it's gonna be a problem. Find other
Yeah,
shit.
I had something similar like that, but nothing as important. It was just when I first got into the industry, right? Like I was in high school or whatever. I'm like, I'm gonna make video games. And at that time, you know, I was like this kid, and I played a lot of Neverwinter Nights, and I mean Bethesda, or I mean, sorry, BioWare was like my favorite frickin' company, like game company studio at the time. And I think that was even prior to like Mass Effect and stuff. But when I was first looking to get into video games, I didn't really know anything at that time. The internet barely even existed, right? So I ended up emailing uh just BioWare directly. I just straight up emailed them. And I'm like, hey, I'm looking to get into video games, so I don't really know what to do or how to do it. You know, can you give me some pointers and tips and stuff? And I didn't think anybody was gonna respond back to me, right? I was just like, this is so stupid. Nobody's ever gonna get back to me about this. Well, like not even a week later, a couple days later, this lady emailed me, and she goes, "Hey, I talked with the character," because I was like, I want to do character art, and she's like, "Oh, I talked with the team, you know, that's doing character art," and she just basically she laid out from A to Z. It's like, hey, you need to do this and you need to do this, right? You need to learn color theory, you need to learn 3D modeling software, right? You probably have to learn Photoshop and all these other programs. And basically, I followed her, you know, I ended up going to school for game art, but on top of that, just in high school, I started learning all the stuff that they had kind of put out there at that time. And, you know, I 4 years later graduate from my art school, right? And 2 weeks after graduating, I get my job at Rainbow Studios, working in a double A slash triple A studio. You know, right out of college, just go work doing doing the dream job. And dude, it was such a cool thing, because then you know, and I hadn't kept up with this person at all, but like I sent an email back, a reply back to her, and I said, hey, I just want to let you know I followed all the advice you had given me, and I'm starting my new job over at Rainbow Studios, you know, in the games industry. And you know, she was still working there all those years later, 4 or 5 years later, right? And
That's a crazy story, man.
and she was like super happy. It's so crazy. But anyway, I lost access to that account because I stopped using it, and I was like, oh, I wanna email her back, you know, and just see how things are going. But then I don't have that email anymore, sadly.
Yeah. That's cool.
Anyway, how do you know when a model is complete? You just feel it in your bones. No, we do a like a review between the team, and yeah, we kind of decide, hey, it needs adjustments, it needs fixes or whatever, or not. And then, but yeah, you kind of get to a point as you're working on, like, let's say this gnome girl, right? I get to a point where I just feel like, hey, I feel done with this. You know, it's not like I don't want to work on it anymore or anything like that. It's just more of like it feels complete to me. And then and then we would do a review and see if it needs any modifications or anything like that. But yeah, that's how we know if that answers your question. So yes, I still have a huge love for BioWare, by the way. They're one of my favorite game studios, and even though EA owns them now and all that sort of stuff, I still hold out hope that they kick butt and, you know.
Yeah, man. Neverwinter Nights was a really great game. That was one of the I think that was the first sort of RPG, like really story-driven RPG like that that got me hooked. Like, because I
Mm-hmm.
normally didn't really have the patience to like read and pay attention to the story and that shit. But that was the first one that really got me for whatever reason. I thought the whole thing with what's her face, the paladin, kind of being corrupted or turning to Shadow Knight was really cool. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
wait, like you can do that? Paladins can turn into Shadow. That's cool. So
Mm-hmm.
that was a really cool story.
I just loved that they added a creation engine with it, where you could make your own adventures, and I ended up making for my D&D party, or the group that I would always hang out with, and we do LAN parties and such. I ended up making like a bunch of adventures in that through the world creator and stuff, and like it was really fun. That's kind of when I first was like, I really want to make video games. I think I can do this kind of thing. Granted, it was a lot of code, and I'm not a very good coder, but I always wanted to do the art, so just figured that's what I'd roll with.
And knowing what you want to do early on is huge help, huge boon. It took me a while
yeah.
to figure out what I wanted to do, what would actually work out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Tried a couple things. I knew it was going to be art related, but specifically what, it took me some time.
You're not wrong, John. That and just the constant trash talk, that was always a very fun part about LAN parties. Also the 17-hour StarCraft fight that always ended up in a draw because two people would get so powerful and so ridiculously strong that neither one could actually produce any more units, and then the game would just stalemate and end with a handshake.
we always did, my brothers and I did Empire Earth for while we were waiting for like Thanksgiving to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And those were like 4 hour matches, and we'd spend the majority of it like in the fucking prehistoric age fighting over like the industrial age, fighting over the tin nodes in the center of the map and stuff. And then it inevitably ends when someone gets to World War One first and starts building planes, and you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
My walls are useless now.
Yeah.
I miss those days. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, dude. The day that Counter-Strike came out, and we were all huddled together watching whoever downloaded it first, right? Like, oh, everybody get over here, right? And we're all like watching like the one guy play. I still remember he's running around in CS Italy, the like very first, like prior 1.6, right? Like, but all of a sudden, like the music was playing in the jukebox, and we're like, wait, what? You could have music? You're right. Like, it was just like, this is awesome. And then all of a sudden, he ran up to the jukebox and knifed the jukebox, and it blew up, and we were like, whoa! It blew up, right? Like, and then like same thing with the chickens, right? Like, there's like a chicken, he walked up and knifed, and the chicken exploded. We're like, oh my god, this game is amazing. I mean, you had never seen anything like it, right? You saw some things like it, but nothing like that.
Yeah. I didn't get super into Counter-Strike myself. I didn't get...
It's a great game.
Yeah. I play a little bit, but not on the level of some of the mega nerds. I'm not a mega nerd, I guess.
Gotta try harder.
Yeah. What is happening here?
His leg
Yeah,
is upside down? I don't know.
No, I thought
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought there
it's
was.
something like
Yeah, it's an optical illusion. I thought the edge was reversed or something. We're good. John's favorite thing to do in Counter-Strike was buy an empty shotgun on the first round and throw it at the first enemy I saw, so many people don't turn off auto-equip.
Oh yeah, dude. The throwing guns at people was always ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember playing, I think it was like Streets of Rage with a friend, and I was like getting my ass kicked by some like dude, and he was behind me. I was like, I got you, bro. He picked up a pistol and shot me in the back, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. And then he like threw the pistol, and then he hit me with the pistol, and I'm like, bruh, get my ass kicked over here. Help less.
uh...
Okay. I think we're ready to not mirror these bits here. But yeah, your story, that's cool that they got back to you. When back when Rift was coming out, that was a whole big thing. And for whatever reason, I had Scott Hartzman friended on Facebook. Then I sent him a message like, hey man, you doing any tours of the studio? It'd be cool to, drop my resume accidentally on the floor. Something.
Sure.
And he actually replied. He's like, yeah, it'd be cool to do that. And just when we're less busy or something. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Didn't expect a reply.
Right?
And of course, there's never any tour, but similar thing to your story.
Yeah, I mean, people in games want to, like, they've always wanted to interact with the community. The thing with games, and it's still, I feel like, even with all the communication and stuff, with all these studios, there's still this really huge mystique that lives around video games, right? Just people don't know how they get made. Even people watching us doing this now, they're like, I don't know how the rest of that game gets done, right? It's just magically this product appears, right? And nobody really thinks about like all the hard work that goes into these things, right? And it's just hard to wrap your brain around literally how many man hours is required to build this stuff. And it's cool that you guys get to do these streams and stuff, because like a lot of people wouldn't know, like, oh yeah, we're making this and then I'm making this and this is how much time this takes me to do. Watch how many days you spend me mess with these unwraps, right? Like nobody really would know that, right, unless it was documented.
Yeah.
But even then, there's just all this other work that's happening on the back half, right? This is just a small sliver of a picture that people get to see, like, that's happening in on the project and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And Nicodemus says, I was a bouncer once at a gentleman's club, but then learned the dancers made like 10 times more than I did. Learned it required a unique and specific skill set and attributes I didn't have. Decided to go to school to learn to code instead.
I mean, that works.
So you contemplating becoming a dancer and realizing you can't fit into the uniform?
It's a whole different club. It's a whole different club.
Just wasn't in the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Or Nicodemus. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
I know was looking too ripped. I gotta paint that back a little bit.
Yeah, not everyone needs to be Arnold Schwarzenegger over here. Nicodemus says, I have a cousin who works at Hooters in Panama City Beach, Florida, making $400 to $1,000 a night in tips. She told me there are days she felt odd about it. I told her to get that money while she can. No shame in it. It won't be forever. Pay some stuff off. Yeah.
Exactly.
Put that money in a savings or
Yep.
something like that. Pay off them things.
I mean, that's kind of one of the. I got super lucky getting picked up by the Rainbow Studios right for my first job, but it was like the first time I ever actually had a good job that paid good money. And they gave me stock options, right? I was like, holy crap, stock options.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I sold at the and it just so happened to align like the times that I could sell my stock options was the time at which was like when the stock price was at its highest peaks, which was just lucky to be again. But the crazy part is that the amount of money I got off the stock options was disgusting, right? The first one I sold was like 20 grand worth of stock options. Like I'd never seen that much money in my entire life, right? I mean, and the first thing I did was I didn't buy anything. I just literally took that money and put it in my student loans.
Yep.
And then the next one I sold was like 15 grand. I basically I paid off in like 3 or 4 years. I paid off the entirety of my student loan.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had like $5,000 left or whatever. And I paid it off pretty quick. What's going on here?
Yeah,
Nope.
I got stocks off of my job too. And what we actually got the company, it was a startup, and we got stock options off of that. And then the company got bought by a big brand, and they kind of bought everybody's stocks out and everything. And I didn't get quite that much, but I got a big chunk, and immediately, start paying off stuff and getting rid of like paid off my car, paid off, like I have no debt now, and it's really nice to. I mean, that's how I'm able to do what I'm doing right now. Honestly, is I don't have any debt, and I have low cost of living with my situation. And if that weren't the case, then I wouldn't be able to work on M&M right now, honestly. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of living a weird life right now. Hopefully stuff works out. So, but it works for now, in the moment, seeing how long we can ride this baby.
Oh, for sure, dude. That's kind of why I love the style of Eminem, and I knew Sean from back when I worked with him, and I was just like, I'd been watching this project for like 2 years at least, right? Ever since like he first announced it, I'm like, that game looks amazing. I'd love to work on that. And finally, I was like, I should just ask Sean if he needs people to work on stuff. I was like, what's the worst he says? No. It's just like, and he like took a look at it. I was like, I'd love to work in this game. He's like, yeah, we'll take it. I was like, sweet. That's great.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild. If you look at, we have like, we're up to 22 people now on the team. Pretty crazy. Two bootstrapping folks.
Trying to make it work. Socks are similar. Sadly, you need a lot of them.
You're one of the Hooters girls. Maybe you could sell those socks. A couple hundred. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh.
Ruh-roh.
Oh boy. Forgot to add some seams.
It's gonna get you.
Yeah. It's a big oof. Holy shit.
Those don't look right.
Yeah. So for that, when the lady told you what you needed to do
Mm-hmm.
to get a job, they tell you kind of what to put on your portfolio kind of stuff, or just kind of
No,
the
this was
skills you
more
needed.
when I was first getting into the whole I want to make video games. It was more of a what do I need to do to be like what do I need to know to be able to start making this stuff, right? Like I want to make characters. That's kind of was my focus. What can I do to start working in the industry? And so, she came back with you're gonna have to like you need to know how to draw, you need to know how to or like to be able to concept an idea. And we recommend using Photoshop, and you need to be able to model stuff in 3D, and we recommend 3D Studio Max, and that sort of stuff was more that. It was less about how do I get a job in the games industry, what does my portfolio need to look like. It was way more of the how do I get started into being able to work in the video games industry kind of thing,
I gotcha.
which was like learn color theory, learn how to like block out a character, right, that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to start with the big shapes first and not just draw it as a sketch, right? And like with lines and stuff, right? Like a lot of the stuff that I had learned a lot in my art classes and stuff, right? That I had taken in high school.
Yeah.
But I mean, I still had a lot that I needed to learn. Photoshop specifically was really, really big at that time. No, I'd say 3D Coat kind of takes a lot of that place, but Photoshop's still important. So
Yeah.
it's still a tool that is very good to learn.
Oh yeah. I used to use Photoshop a ton.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool that you kind of got a to-do list or something like that. That's huge when you're
Oh
starting
no,
out.
yeah. I mean, and when I messaged her back and said, "Hey, I did all these things," I wasn't, it wasn't like pulling her leg or just being like, I actually did a lot of those things. Either asking people that I knew, in high school, a bunch of my friends use Photoshop all of the time, and I didn't know anything about Photoshop, so I went to them and asked them if they could teach me, right, prior to going to my art college that I went to, right? Um, and had them kind of give me some crash courses on, we sat down and like modded Quake a bunch prior to me like going to my art school, because I was just like, I need to get ahead on this, right? I didn't really know how to mod games or anything like that. So, and my buddy was really into it. And so he showed me a bunch of that stuff about like, oh yeah, you can do this and this, and this is you need to make these textures. I didn't know what unwrap was, but he showed me how to like manipulate them, and he didn't really know how they worked either. But he knew that if you painted the texture in there, that it would update the thing, right? But he didn't know how to fix an unwrap or change an unwrap or something, right?
Yeah.
So, but that gave me kind of a leg up into when I took my Photoshop classes. I did really well. The teacher was pretty impressed that I picked it up as quickly as I did, because I didn't know everything that he was teaching me. But once I had a basic grasp of that information, I could definitely crank out the work. So
Yep.
I will say there was a time when I was trying to learn 3D though, where I'm trying to, and granted, the teacher was like, I'm going to start showing you some advanced stuff. And so he's showing me, vertice, manipulation and, shift extrudes and all that sort of stuff. And it was like, I still was just trying to get my brain around the interface of like, here's how you make a box, right? I mean, because this was literally the first class, right? And I walked out of that after that class, and my brain was just spinning, dude. Because like I'd never really thought about things in a 3D environment before, and there was a time when I was walking home after I got done with that class, where I'm like, I don't know if I can do this, right? Like I'm like, I have no idea what the hell just happened. And once I got out of my shell shock, and I was like, well, I'm gonna go into the computer lab tomorrow and just frickin' really heads down hammer it out. And that was the thing that we learned, is the people that went in and every day just started investing themselves into like learning 3D and just figuring stuff out, and you started gravitating around the people that were like really good, that already kind of figured out the 3D stuff, but then you could ask questions and everybody was learning together. That's where it's like, I still think that's one of the strongest ways to learn, because you know, I've talked about in the past, you don't know what you don't know. So it's like, how do you know to ask, or that there's a technique that you can use, unless somebody tells it to you, or you see it on a video or something, where all of a sudden somebody does something and you realize that there's a technique there that you have no idea how that's done. And so then you can kind of nab that and apply it into your workflow. And once you can do that, it makes things really easy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I ended up jumping back on the horse and learned 3D real quick, and yeah, got super lucky with getting that job. It's just the local game studio was looking for talent at that time. It was during our graduation, and they're like, hey, let's pick up a bunch of these students because they'll be cheap, right? And they know 3D, and so we were all fighting for jobs at that one studio, and I ended up getting one.
That's kind of how I ended up in my first job as well. The company was just picking up students out of right out of college.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a game thing, but
no, I mean you did, out. Yeah, you were doing like renders, right? The interior renders.
Yeah.
Stuff. Dude, one of the best 3D artists I know in the industry started out doing 3D render stuff. So don't sell yourself short, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's still learn a lot. Like, you still learn a ton of stuff. Like, I think just being in an office with other people doing, using that stuff, you're still learning stuff, honing skills. It's just when I started on the M&M project, there's a whole new set of stuff that I needed to learn.
Oh, sure.
You're not gonna pick up doing that stuff. So I was just like, oh man, gotta learn new shit real quick.
You're fine. That's part of any job.
Yeah. Bills gotta get paid. Yeah, I did get to pay off all my debts, so I can't complain really.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good place to be.
Man, I'm gonna have to put on a new slip sheet on my Cintiq. There's a little gouge right here. Not happy about that. So I found like the best thing ever. I don't know if I mean, some people like them and some people don't. Like, I use slip sheets on my Cintiq and my Wacom tablets, so that way they don't get all scuffed up and like damaged. But now that I do that, because I'm like, I really want to protect my investment. Obviously, if you're spending your money on that sort of stuff, it's worth protecting it, right? But anyway, now that I do that, what I found, and I don't know if you go through a lot of nibs or not. Like, some people do, some people don't. But I ended up finding, like, they make titanium nib tips for your. Yeah, it's like a plastic sticker, or like a hard plastic screen that goes over the top of your like clear screen that'll go over your like Cintiq or over your Wacom tablets to stop the plastic from getting all scuffed. Because after long uses of using pen nibs on them, they get all scratched and gouged and whatnot. So then what you can do is just grab a slip sheet and just rip it off and put a new one on, a new protective screen.
I didn't actually know about those until you just said it now. I didn't know those existed. I've just been raw dogging it, but I don't mind it so much. Like I do have like this like one spot because I tend to like use.
Yes, because it starts getting really worn down. But the thing is, like, especially with Cintiqs, though, like,
well, it's definitely
comparatively,
Cintiq, I would probably do that for Cintiq, but I just have a tablet, so it's not a big deal.
No, yeah. I mean, it's one of the things with the tablets is nice too, anyway, to get back to my original point about the nibs, I found out that they sell titanium nibs, so they never wear down. They never get messed up or anything, or squished or anything. It's just hard metal tip that never wears down, and so I use a titanium nib tip, and they're great.
That's pretty cool. I might. I don't know.
Because I'd burn through a nib. I'd burn through a set of nibs in like maybe a couple of months. Like I shred my nibs, and now that I use a titanium one, I don't have any issue anymore.
Yeah, I imagine if I got a titanium one, I'd want to get like a screen protector.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Is you get one of those hard plastic screen protectors, and then you get a titanium nib, and you're Gucci.
Yeah.
Again, it's like once again never gets sharp, so it always stays soft and smooth. So, but again, depends on how hard you're pressing stuff, because now you're.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know they made that stuff.
Yeah.
Hey,
I didn't know they made it until like maybe about 4 or 5 months back, and then I picked up this titanium nib. I'm like, this is amazing. I've been preaching the value of it, because again, I would go through nibs all the time, and those are not cheap. So I'm like, you know what? I just want to buy.
I haven't had to buy replacement ones, so I'm still on the ones that came with the.
Mm-hmm.
Although I am technically on my second tablet, so that one came with a whole new set.
Yes, yeah. Well, I ended up finally burning through all my extra nibs, and I've been working on. I got some with my Cintiq now, and then I was just like, man, I'm still chewing through these nibs real quick. I was just like, I wonder if there's like a metal version so that I don't have to keep replacing these.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's good to know. I think I'm okay for now, but definitely something to remember. You just buy them off Amazon?
Oh yeah. The titanium nibs, yes. Oh yeah, and the slip screen protectors, yeah, for sure.
I forgot to turn on the text to speech thing, by the way, guys. I forgot to turn on some of the fancy shit for this stream, so I apologize. Nothing's gonna work, I guess. Or maybe I can turn it on real quick and see if it works.
Sure. Do it.
Oh, lordy lord. I'm sorry. You did it to yourself. Okay.
Rear nibs.
There you go.
Let me look if there is one. I don't know if there's a brand name. Let's see.
I think I'm kind of done with this boyo. I need to do the face still, but I think the body is about done. Oh no, I still need the skirt too. What am I talking about? Talking out my nibs.
Yeah, one sec. I got here. I'll post it in the thing. I don't think there's any specific brand, to be perfectly honest with you, but I'll share the one that I found on the thing. And where is it? Consoles. There. This is what I. Boop. This is what it was called.
Um,
Yeah, I think I've had my slipcover now for
Arrear! We
probably
had a
about
dancer class
3
on our ship
years.
for a while. Their time on the ship
And it's
ended when they
finally
ran out
I'm
of
finally getting to
clank
the point where I'm
hardy
like,
har
I should get this
har.
replaced just because yeah, it's got a couple of spots that have some scratches in it, and every once in a while I can kind of like see the marks while I'm painting, and I'm like, probably just need to just throw on a new slipcover. The one thing about the slipcovers too is that they have like an adhesive side, right? When you lay them on the Cintiq, you are going to want to start from the top and kind of it'll have like a very soft plastic like screen that's obviously protecting the glue. What I do is I kind of like take the top edge of and then run that along the top of the Cintiq and then slowly move it downward, because otherwise you might get air bubbles underneath the screen. And so you're going to want to kind of like press out that air as you kind of like bring the screen down to the bottom, so that way you don't have any weird air bubbles or any funkiness like that. So
yeah.
it's one of those things when you're applying that screen to be aware of.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of the screen protector stuff, so I have a lot of experience there. I did it for my Steam Deck thing. That's like yeah, it's just I don't want like don't not a lot of experience doing this. I don't want to fuck it up, so like very careful. But
Yep.
yeah, for my phone, I don't have anything on my phone.
Oh, I thought that you were gonna say at that nightclub that you were standing in front of, but Funky Bubbles, nice.
Funky Bubbles.
Mm-hmm. Jazz band. Oh yeah.
That's a good name.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
Oh, got the save command now. I haven't actually saved this dude yet. I should do that. No mail. 7, I guess. My rapper name in college was Double Thug. Funky Bubbles and Double Thug. Had it again.
You'll have to explain to me one day why you were twice the thug.
So I don't know, for whatever reason, with my friend group got into like this inside joke about like 2 Chainz, and so we always made like these like puns about like 2 things, like 2 Chainz, Double Thug, you know, those stupid shit like that. So that's just kind of like part of that was just where
Gotcha.
it came from. It's just inside joke.
I just thought you were so thug you were worth 2 of them, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the explanation you give.
Yeah.
But the reasoning is our stupid inside joke.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oops. I think we're good on this now. Just need to do the skirt. And then stick them on the rig. And then stick them in game.
I don't have any thoughts on that, Nick. You just have to kind of pick the one that's going to work for you. I mean, I'm using the ultra clear. I think the reason why they have one that's a anti-reflective one is if you're like near windows and stuff. Every once in a while that can be annoying, but the reason why I got the ultra clear is I think that's the one I ended up getting was because it's like it's super smooth. And I know some of them sometimes have like it feels like paper or whatever. I'm like, I don't want that. I just want hyper clear, smooth like screen protector. But people like to have different stuff, so I'm sure that's why there's different options.
Yeah, I always go for the matte paper. Like, I got
Yes,
I
I
had
don't.
a
That's not my.
iPad Pro and I got like a matte paper like one that I liked.
I just don't
It
like it.
does like obviously
Yeah.
it like it impacts like how you like the screen looks and everything, but like not to a point where it's like problematic. But you know, that's
I just don't like that crunch when I'm sliding the friggin' nib. It's one of those things where it just doesn't feel good to me.
I don't like
Like,
the slippiness of like the glass on for me. So that's why I get it. I need a little bit of resistance, I guess.
yeah. I just want that very smooth overlay. Really? They're that expensive? I don't remember mine costing that much. I do know that when I bought mine, it came with two of them. But, oh, did I spend that much money on it? I did. Oh, jeez. Huh.
I mean, how
I don't
big is
remember
it
spending
though?
that much. Well, it's for a 24-inch piece
Uh,
of whatever.
I mean, I guess that's a lot.
So
Uh,
it is expensive, but I
it's a
mean,
lot of
like,
screen, but yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. But I mean, like, honestly, even this for like a iPad Pro or like a phone, they're they're like 50 something. Depends on
Mhm.
like, you
True.
know,
Well, yeah, and it is glass too. It's like a
yeah,
plastic
that kind of
glass.
that price makes sense then. I mean, like it
It's like, what is
sucks.
it? Hybrid glass is what they call it.
Yeah, sucks, but it makes sense at least.
Yeah. Here's our super thin sheet of glass plastic that has glue on the back. $80, please.
They gotta package it with a nice little grippy hand so you can place it on the thing. That's where all the money. That's
It's the
all
plastic
the graphic
accessory.
design that
Damn
goes
it.
into telling you how to not fuck it up.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, maybe that's why I haven't switched out my frickin' screen yet.
Oh.
Uh, hmm.
Trit, trit, treacher. That's what this says. Some form of Elvish. I can't read it. Bab.
I thought it was Trier.
Treacher.
Ooh, are we ever gonna make any like hags or anything like that? That would be a sick freaking model to make.
I don't know. I'm sure we will. We actually, I was thinking for the Ashira, there's like some name that one of the named is like something something one eye or some shit like that, and it sounded kind of like a oracle kind of a hag like one, and I was thinking it would be cool to do like a face for that, like a fucked up one with a fucked up eye or something, or like, and then throw a hood on there. Because I want to do. I was running through their Telekir earlier because there was something I needed to fix, and they all of the Ashira look really similar. It's one of the things I want to do is like get some looks in there for distinguishing like the different types and stuff. So at some point I was thinking, yeah, hag like thing or something seems like it'd be fitting.
I have this hag that I had created like for that adventure that I had called Mogbeb, and she was like this pretty gnarly freaking creature.
But there's also the trolls. They're like kind of
Yeah, but like
swamp
hags are
witches.
different. They're like their own. They're like their own like turbo monster, right? Where they can
Turbo
do all
monster.
kinds of. Well, I mean, like really, like you run into those in D&D. Like most of the time, you can get killed.
Turbo killed.
Yep. But that'd be fun going into like a dungeon or something like on the side, and there's just like this section that opens up, and all of a sudden you find this is hag over here, and you can fight her or try to barter with it or something. Yeah.
Reddit
Gives
hags
you
are
like
the
a
best model. Hags could be a variant troll model. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure we'll I mean, like, as soon like once we get through all the shit we need to get through, it doesn't stop there. So
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, it would be kind of cool to go into a dungeon, right? And all of a sudden you reach this one room and there's like this hag living in, like, whatever. And she can either give you a quest or you can decide to fight it or something, right? And that'd be kind of crazy.
yeah.
Kind of changes the rules in the dungeon if you do. If you kill the hag, something happens. If you appease the hag, something happens. Right? It's kind of like you can decide to do the side mission or not, and then you can either go for the loot or not, or whatever. So
Choose your own adventure.
yeah, dude, shake things up a little bit.
Flirt with the hag and move stuff into the dungeon. It's my new home.
Right?
Hey man, with the way we're doing housing in our game, there's probably gonna be people trying to do shit like that because it's gonna be hard to find a place. I imagine.
I can just imagine somebody putting in a prompt, you flirt with hag. If the hag is unamused with your flirting.
Yeah, we need to get that as a mud command.
Hmm.
You lick the hag. You have died of dysentery.
Yep. Your stomach rumbles slightly with some irritation.
Okay. Skirts done ish.
All right. Sorry, I went to grab a drink real quick.
All good.
Time for a Tobo Chico. Oh yeah, baby.
Just glad it wasn't the taste command. Yeah. You smell the hag. The hag smells like what's the thing that everything smells like? Goblin butt? Goblin's bottom, I think is the wordage.
Or it'd be sick to have some mimics, in some
Dude.
dungeons. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, I can't wait to do mimics. I want to make mimics of everything. Wonder if there's a way we can, like, some sort of systematic way we could build a mimic so that it's like get the mimic parts and then make it easy, like modular, so it's easy to like stuff into like everything, like
Put on things? Sure, that's possible.
just like some teeth and some like organic doodly doos or something, and then just have it
Yeah.
shrink inside the thing. All right. Am I? Let me save this again. Save. Am I missing anything? What have I done wrong? Oh, I need the face still. I need to grab a gnome face. Go. Okay, that kind of already fits, which is good.
I didn't change anything with the face. It should be pretty much dead on. Oh, the one thing I was gonna. Well, I guess you can't really do that with this texture just to keep it consistent.
What were you gonna say though?
There's one way you can. Here, I think I have it on this character, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll show you kind of what I do on the. Yeah, I do this. Here, let me slide this over real quick. Oh, come on. No, there we go. So, like on mine here, like you can see like the top of her head. I actually have like it cuts to where
Yeah.
like this is the actual center of this, right? But then it keeps everything kind of like squared out instead of like having weird stretching and stuff.
Yeah,
Just
I've
to
been doing that with
block things out.
the ones that I did change. I made the forehead go straight up like that, and
Mm-hmm.
I could do it with this guy too, as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could, but just depends on what you want to do.
Yeah.
It's already textured that way, so that's why I just left it
Mhm.
because it's like it's fine.
Yeah. Might just leave it as
It'll
well.
be what
Like,
it'll be.
not the end of the world, I think. Wonder.
Oh yeah, when I had when I made my hags, I have them actually. They don't live in like a commune or anything, but they actually are quite social. And what are they called? The group is called their little clique of like that. Whenever they get together and hang out, they're called the Hagra. Um, when they all get together and do their whatevers, their horrible spells and shit. That's when they all get together and talk shit about people and then figure out what they want to do to like curse them and stuff. It's like hag sorority.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. Like, I could. I don't think it's.
I mean, I think you should just leave it. I don't really see the need to modify too heavy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, it's the way it is. It functions. You already have multiple faces sketched up on it. There's not really a need to
Yeah.
slice it up. So for now, it's fine. For what it is, it's fine.
Okay. Then I think we're good. This dude. Save. Let's see if I have rigged up version. I'll just swap the mesh. Oh dear. Oh man.
Well, I actually had kind of a cool character that got cursed by a hag. And then she, like, the curse was that she would look like a hag, but she wasn't one. She was a magic user, so she could still use her magic and do all that sort of shit. But the curse is the fact that she looked like a hag. And so, you know, she spends a lot of her time as the NPC that helps the players a lot, but they don't really know that she disguises herself because she's actually an elf. But so she disguises herself to look normal again, but then she sends the players out to go get all these different materials because she's trying to figure out how to reverse the curse that was placed on her. They haven't figured out she's a hag yet, though. Like 4 years in, and I drop hints like a mother, and they just gloss over them apparently. But yeah, they still don't know that she's a hag, even though they see she sends them on all these freaking quests to go get weird materials and stuff.
Yeah, I don't have an Erkenstaff rig. Which sucks. I feel like, I mean, I'm pretty sure there is one. But oh well. We'll work
Don't look
with
at
this.
me.
Yeah. How dare you not have all the files that I need. We'll just roll with this for now, I guess.
Oh, also, did he have the cloak and waist thing and stuff too? That was all good.
I mean, the cloak, I have all, they're in this file.
Oh, okay,
So I have that
okay,
stuff.
okay, gotcha.
Um,
Okay.
those shouldn't need to change. Although,
You might want to check his shoulders and stuff because I don't know if that got changed or anything, but
well, no, this isn't, no, you didn't provide it in your one, but it's in this
no,
one.
I know. I'm just saying I didn't modify one to fit him
Oh,
correctly or not. Is what I'm
yeah.
telling you. You
True.
might need to adjust the geometry because otherwise it might not align correctly.
That is
Because
a good point. Yes. I don't know. Do you think we should do anything with that? Because like, I don't know. I have thoughts on that shit as well, but
on this stuff, I mean, the geometry. The only thing I'd say about the shawl stuff is as long as your geometry matches the model that you have and the vertices all align correctly, so that way when the animation comes through, they're not crashing and doing weird, stupid stuff, then that's all you should really need to do. But I don't think we need to standardize the shawls just because each character has different geometry laid on them for the most part. So there isn't really a lot you can do. So as long as again the geo aligns correctly and you know that the animation is going to do something, then yeah. The other thing is I think on some of the shawls that I did, I accidentally I shouldn't say accidentally, but I did because I didn't really know. I don't have them domed out like you did. I brought them in and made them kind of like tapered up against the arm, and so like that might look different when we get into texturing or put stuff on things, so I might have to adjust that, but that's pretty minor in,
yeah.
the grand scheme of things. It's not that bad.
Yeah. The Need to basically make a new shawl for this guy, I think.
I mean, I don't think you have to make a new one. I just modify the one you got there, right?
Well, I think what I can just do is duplicate these faces and then
Oh.
make a new. I mean, wouldn't that be the easiest way to like? Because like topology is
No,
totally different.
I normally just super fast align whatever you had,
Okay.
and then just try to get the geo cut and, you know, trimmed the way that it needs to be to fit on the texture and everything. So no,
Okay.
that's not exactly how I'd roll roll with it. You know, yeah, I do it. Yeah, halvesies for sure to start. So just to make your life easier. Yeah, because you just all that really needs is like one cut in the front, and right where those V's are connecting into each other. You put one cut in there, and then you're good for the most part.
Yeah.
Yep, one cut right in the middle there. Perfect. Boom, boom.
So I'll leave that one there.
Yeah, I just need to nicely align some of the geo, and you should be fine.
Yeah, because like the tricky part is it needs to be really close to the body so that we can put the shoulders on without
Uh-huh.
them just like
Yeah.
floating. So
Yes.
been really kind of had a hard time with some of the floaty bits being too floaty.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'm still in the camp of not having the shawl be part of this and having the cape just be like like this much or something, you know, where it's just on the back.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then like having the shawl be separate so that it's considered a shoulder piece, and then we can like you can only have a shawl or only have like a shoulder piece. Then it's easier to control that sort of clipping because
Yeah, because then what you could do is the cloak would always be under shawl, right? So the shawl would always go over the top of the cloak, right? So you would have cloak layer, right? And then you'd have the shawl would be a solid piece that would go from shoulder to shoulder, I would assume,
yeah.
right? And that would go over the top of the cloak. And then, but if you wear a shoulder pads, then those would replace the shawl. And you
Mm-hmm.
couldn't wear a shawl and shoulder pads kind of thing. But you
Yeah.
could wear a cloak and shoulder pads and a cloak and a shawl, but those would be separated. I mean, yes, that would be a doable thing. Yeah. I
I
could see
mean
that working.
that yeah, and that seems easier to me than managing all of this stuff.
Oh, yes. You won't get a lot of fight from me on that. I'm just saying right now.
Yeah.
I mean, seems to me like that would work better. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Later, Nick.
I see you, Nicodemus. Thanks for hanging, man.
I always love that little GIF that people will send around on occasion of like people working in 3D and all it is them is moving the freaking objects around constantly.
Yeah, there's one that I always get a giggle out of is the guy with the toilet and the guy
Mm-hmm.
standing over him, like telling him to move it a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, and it's just going back and forth.
Oh, I just like the one where it's like what 3D artists do for like 98% of the time is like you're watching them just moving the object around continuously.
Yeah.
Because it is completely true. And every artist does it.
Yeah. There's some days where at my old job I would kind of like do shit like that just to look busy. I didn't have anything to do.
Probably a lot smarter than what I did. Only because I'd sit and just do my own work. Or I do extra work for the studio, right? Like I'd be working on something that wasn't really like tasked or asked for, and then get yelled at for doing that.
Yeah.
Even though I'm like, I'm working on your project, I'm making extra stuff. We don't care. It's like, but you pay me to do the art. We don't care. It's like, oh, okay. At that point, I might as well work on my own shit.
Yeah. And get into less trouble just watching YouTube videos on how to do other stuff.
True.
It's like I'm learning. This will become useful for us one day. I got away with I don't work there anymore, so I can totally tell this story. Um, I got away with like playing some games and stuff while I was working there, and I actually camped my enchanter epic while I was at work on a work computer. I
Damn.
log in, and then I would make the screen really like the resolution like really small, and then I would like kind of put it over a browser so it looks like I was watching a stream or something. And I would just like sit there and camp the Droslin lady or whatever. And
That's great.
yeah, man, and they popped like Droslin popped right as I was about to head out for lunch, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta do this real quick. It's crazy. Okay. Hopefully this is serviceable for this.
Yeah. Looks like. The only thing I would say is I would like to see like in that armpit area, even if you did like a little V cut, like from in the second row and then do like a 50-50 cut. Yeah, well, no.
like this.
I was thinking just one cut in between instead of it being like all of those cuts, but because it only needs a 50-50 cut, it doesn't need three,
So just
right?
like
So it just needs to just connect two of those lines together, right in the middle. No. Just grab two of those edges and say connect dead center, right? Vertically, the poly loop instead of the edges. Loop is the thing that goes around the
right.
shoulder over the top of it.
Just
Yeah.
like adding. I'm sorry. I'm
So
dumb.
just select that top one and the bottom one there. Don't insert an entire loop, right? I'm just looking for a 50-50 when you're doing the animation. So just cut in between those two, and then you can do the little V cut, right, to connect
So
it,
like
and then
like
so that way
this,
when
and
you
then
animate it,
one of this.
that way, yes, exactly,
Gotcha.
yes, and then cut it. There you go.
Okay.
A Y cut, I guess, would be the best way to explain it,
Yeah.
instead of like being an idiot.
That's all good. If you had said
But
Y cut, I
yes,
still would have been lost, so it's fine.
but I don't think it needs it on the back. That's the thing. It's because like the arm, you already have kind of a 50-50 there with the way that cuts into the cloak, right? So that doesn't need an additional cut there. But in the front, it does.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes.
Because the reason is when he's running and stuff, right? You want those to be able to go with his shoulder. You want the other ones to go with his pec, but it needs a 50-50 to kind of like blend that out, So that way when he's running around and stuff, it has a place, or when he like lifts his arm up or, doing whatever, there's like this set of geometry that goes one half has to go with the arm, one half has to go with the chest, but then you want like a little something in between there to kind of like smooth that out.
Makes sense.
Also, I've been pushing this back over, dude. Come on. There you go. Let's work on some hair. Wee. Where's my hair? It is. And then that's the new layer, right? Nope. That's just nothing. And that's nothing. All right. I can get deleted. Delete you and you. There we go. Hair. All right. And this is already looking pretty good. Oh, I still have to do the bottom and then a little bit of that. All right. Symmetry. That on. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of 50-50 cuts for animation just because it helps the animators out.
Yeah, makes sense. Anything to help make this look more natural would be good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like how fucking huge this still is, though. I'm like,
You can pull that in. I mean, I would again just align it with his shoulder geometry and stuff, and you'll be gravy. You know what I mean? So, because as long as it has verts that are underneath it that remember your verts need to align to the geometry that's on his chest basically and shoulder and everything. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
So that way, when they get weighted, they should get weighted the same. And then that way, when they move and run and deform, they'll also move and run and deform exactly the same, right? And as long as the edges are turned the same way, then you'll never see them. You shouldn't see them end up
I mean,
crashing
in
or
theory
anything like
that
that.
makes sense, but in practice, and I haven't. I don't know. Unless you like, that's why I was just gonna duplicate like the chest and make a new thing, because then it would be 1-to-1. And then I'd feel more confident. But like, just kind of throwing stuff on like this, it's
Well, again, if it's
chaos theory.
I guess I kind of know. So when I see that get animated, or when I am building the geometry, I'm just like, oh, that'll work,
Yeah.
right? Just because I've done it enough to kind of like know. But yeah, I mean, as long as there's a vert underlying underneath it, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Again, it's when you start putting other bones onto those verts, that's when you start having issues, and that's you shouldn't be putting multiple bones in a skin weight most of the time anyway.
All right, I'll try and match it closer.
Some instances that happens, but again, it shouldn't be enough to cause an issue.
Just bad, I guess.
No, that's not what I'm getting at all. It's
No,
just
yeah. I just like yeah. I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. Like, I'm just trying to like actually do it, and I'm just like, where's need to like, yeah, find out where all the bits are and put them in the right spot, kind of thing.
I get you. I mean, once you get skin weights on the character, can't you just copy and paste those onto the gear and stuff?
I think so. I don't really know how to do that properly myself. Um, I assume Arkenstaff has that shit down.
Because that's what we typically did for due process. Is that
Yeah.
any gear or whatever that existed, right? The character had already been, you know, weighted and it worked fine and did all that, and then we would just copy the skin weights and then paste them onto the gear and stuff, and then there would just need to be some like real minor touch-ups. And a lot of the time, if I built it 1-to-1, right, if the geometry lined up perfectly, the skin weights transferred perfectly, it's like I don't have to do anything, right? It works great.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd move along. So that's just something to think about.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like, we're getting there's been a lot of um flipping through robes right now with as I've been like updating stuff. So clearly I'm doing something wrong, or like stuff just needs to be cleaned up better than I'm able to do with like weight paints and stuff. But yeah, it's just that's been the situation right now, and so I'd like that to not happen.
Yeah, definitely look into. I mean, it'll be hard to do on the skirt stuff just because the skin weights I don't think will also transfer over as well. Um, But yeah, it would be something to look into, as seeing as if there was a way for you to copy paste the skin weights and stuff.
Do you ever get set up, by the way? Your account and all
No.
that? Okay, I sent all you a
Yeah,
message.
Ali messaged, and I think I completely forgot about. I'll be real with you. I've been so distracted. This last week was pretty brutal for me for my other job, so
It's all good.
I think I actually completely forgot to even say anything to him about it. So I'll have to follow up
No worries.
soonish. I think I'm hoping this week lightens up slightly. We'll see. It's only Monday.
Yeah.
We'll see what the horrors of tomorrow have in store for me.
Okay, this is looking closer to arms now, so that might
Yeah,
be better.
indeed, sir. Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing with mine, where I was kind of giving it that little like concave swoop.
Yeah.
Same thing, right? And I was like worried that would be not correct, but I think
Yeah, this feels
it'll look good.
better because like it was just like a fucking
Shoulder pad. It was like
football
a
thing.
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah,
this
exactly.
looks like trash. And then like trying to put like shoulder pads on top of that, I was just like, oh no. So I was just trying to prevent that shit from happening.
Yep. This is the one thing that I would have AI do for me. AI, paint me hair on this character, please. Thank you.
So there's, I have I don't know if you can see it very well, but I have this edge here,
Mm-hmm.
which is the kind of the midpoint shoulder thingamajig
Mm-hmm.
between the neck and the seam. And then I have this guy, which is the actual tip of the shoulder. And then on the mesh, there's one in the middle here, which is
Mm-hmm.
the actual like connecting the arm to the torso part where the actual seam is and all that. Should I just put one here and then connect it to this guy so that it's mimicking that, or keep this a blank?
If that's what it's doing, on his geometry, mimic the geometry underneath, right?
Okay.
Like that's what you would do.
All right.
So,
Easy
yeah.
enough. Oh dear.
That will cause you some pain, but
No, yeah,
I think there is a way for you to clean that up for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll figure it out. Just see what's going on here. Basically, just need to merge these, I think. What's that? And then, like the body. Okay. That's pretty close to the actual body.
Also, in 3D Coat you can lock layers, right? So that you can't paint on the geometry.
Yep.
So that way you can. Okay, good.
Yeah, I knew that one. That's pretty much like Facebook, or not Facebook. Photoshop.
Uh-huh.
But the one that I learned kind of recently is how to use like the hide geometry
Oh
thing.
yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, the eyeball.
And the having the different layers of geometry where you could like import different parts and then
Mm-hmm.
hide them. That's been
Mm-hmm.
pretty nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy powerful too, because when you use like if you're using 3D Coat to retopo, which I do, you can do some cool stuff with that too, where like if your high res meshes and stuff are you want to hide pieces and parts, if you just jump into the paint shop, you can hide those pieces and then continue like retopoing objects that you need to hide. It works really, really well for that. Surprisingly.
That's cool.
Surprisingly well.
I switched to Blender for retopo. I used to do 3D Coat, but Blender can do the same thing with the shrink wrap, and it's a little bit more like I mean 3D Coat's being able to draw like I think what I might like it depends on what level. You can do like I think at this point I would just if it's like a high poly mesh I would just have ZBrush do like a Z remesh and then I would throw that into Blender and clean it up. But
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Z meshes though, is they're never very, I mean they're an okay thing, but like having to figure out where the edge loop flows are all going when it's just such a pain in the ass. Like it's
it can
so
be when you get a spiral.
yup,
That's the
and then you have
worst.
to like go through and fix all that. It's just it's not
Yeah.
fun.
I think if
And like
you
it doesn't do hands good, right? Like it
yeah.
never does hands well, and
If you
then
depending on like I said, it depends on what you're doing, but like
pro.
oh fuck, do I have a triangle here that I don't want? Oh boy.
Oh no.
That's probably fine. Well, whatever. But like if you use polygroups to like section off bits, you can get pretty good.
Can you collapse the triangle loop on that thing together?
Yeah, I can do that. That works.
And then you'll have quads and
Do I need
everybody's happy?
yeah, let's move this over.
Yeah, you just have to move it. There you go. Done.
That should work. saw some add-on recently, like a Blender add-on that I think it was AI powered that would it was like retopoing stuff. You just kind of like drag a cylinder over an arm and it was like retopoing as you dragged across. Kind of fancy
That's
looking.
pretty slick. Yeah.
Who knows how well it actually works on important shit though.
True.
Because like when they always demo that stuff, it's always on like a nude body, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool, but also there's no clothes there. Like all the complicated stuff is
Mm-hmm.
it's not showing that part. So
Yeah, I finally got time to work on that side model for my portfolio that I was working on, and like, because it's been a few weeks, man. I was like in there, like, oh yeah, I gotta do this and this, and I was like going through it. I'm like, just got the jacket done. Like, took me a day, but
nice. I was gonna ask you when you were talking about um your origin story earlier, um like what kind of stuff is good to have on a portfolio to get a job kind of thing. Like
that all comes down to like what you're going for, right? Like,
there isn't like I mean yeah, I guess like having stuff that
there's no,
mimics like
yeah,
what they're making at the
yeah,
studio, but I guess it doesn't
sure.
matter outside of that specifically probably as long as it's cool, right? Like because that's what I've heard is just make cool
Yes,
shit.
correct. I think there is something to be said about targeting your portfolio. Like, if there is a place you really want to go for, right? Like, I'm just going to throw out Nintendo. I want to go work at Nintendo, right? Then there is something to be said with like tailoring part of your portfolio to more Nintendo themed things, right? Because it shows your interest in their product and that you can hit their style and do all that sort of thing. I think the main thing for a lot of portfolio pieces is, and especially in this day and age, and this is a problem in my portfolio, which I am attempting to remedy, is that what a lot of studios are looking for is you to finish your work. They want to see you take a character from beginning to end and show basically every step that you've done, right? So they want you to show that you can do a sculpture. They want to make sure and that you can do the anatomy right. And then they want to make sure that you can do an unwrap, and then they want to make sure that you can do the unwrap right. And then they want to make sure that you can do the substance painter, right? And that you can do the substance painter correctly. And then they want to see, I mean, and ultimately in the end, is the render really, really good and all that? It gets you more eyeballs on stuff for sure. So making sure you have a good render setup, or that your character is animated, or that it's these things are all polish, right? At the end. But the main thing studios really want to see is, can this guy paint a texture? Right?
Yeah.
Not just substance painter, but actually like paint out a texture too. That's a lot of things that everybody gets sucked into just doing substance. And then people are like, well, does he know color theory? Does he know, like, I've had a lot of people ask me, it's like, not me personally, but like when they would review portfolios, like, dude, this guy doesn't know how to paint anything, right? He only uses substance painter. So it is good to have a varied portfolio of, here's some stylized characters, here's some hand paint stuff, here's some sculpture, it's like, it's good to have some of that little bit of everything, right? Because man, I mean, like, I get when I was looking for work, a few months back, I was getting just an absolutely shit ton of worth of rejections, and I know why. It's just because my portfolio has a bunch of sculptures in it, but none of those sculptures are taken from start to finish, right? But at that time, I thought, and this was many years ago, was just like, oh, I just need to show that I can sculpt, and that should be good enough. But no, a lot of these studios want you to, can you sculpt? Can you unwrap? Can you substance painter? Can you, like, literally, can you do everything, right? And so that's where you have to, and then again, you like, a big focus is like if you're going to do environments, can you make trim sheets, right? Can you make a building look really good, right? Kind of stuff. And that's kind of where a lot of those things lie.
Right.
I mean, really, if you look at some of the really good portfolios that are out there, it's weird to me that people go, "Oh yeah, my portfolio is great," and then you look at somebody else's really good portfolio, you're like, "I don't even come close to that." Right? Look at those really good portfolios, and then go, "Okay, what out of these like?" Because a lot of these really high-end portfolios, they've got like 30 pieces in there. But okay, if I could only choose like 2 or 3, which ones would I choose, and then which ones can I do, and then shoot for that, right? That's kind of what I would do for if I was going to try to like bust out a portfolio now in this day and age, with the tools and abilities that I know. And again, that's kind of why I'm going through and doing this character from start to finish. And granted, it's taken a while, but I'm working again, so I don't have to be as on top of it as I was before, right? I don't have as much time to dedicate. Plus, I'm side helping, even with this project. So it's like, where do you invest your time on that sort of stuff? But anyway. Well, hey QB, I mean, the thing about doing art is it's like learning how to play an instrument, right? That's what I've always told people. I've always had others ask me, "Oh, how do you know, or how can you draw so good, or how do you paint this stuff?" A big part of it is just repetition and practice. You don't get better if you just sit around just going, "Man, I wish I could draw." I started drawing stick figures when I was a kid, right? But I kept drawing stick figures over and over and over again, and then those stick figures became, characters, and those characters became anatomy studies, and those anatomy studies became like actually doing the artwork, right? It's a long process. To get to the point where you can feel comfortable, where you're not learning anything and you can just make a neat character or something like that.
Yeah. That was the thing too, like in college, because you're like, man, I just want to like make cool shit, but like you got to spend all that time to like learn the stuff before you can make cool shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be discouraging, to say the least, and that can prevent you from ever really getting to that point in the first place. It's wanting to make
Certainly.
a cool thing, not being able to make the cool thing to the degree you want it to, and just kind of like thing that like kind of self sabotaging and being like, well, then it's not. I'm not cut out for this then. But I haven't gotten to that point yet.
Well, I mean, and a big part of it too is that a lot of new artists will be like, "Oh, I made this really cool character," and then you put it out there, but it's, 10 months later, you look back at that character, like, that character is garbage, right?
Yep.
And that's the hard part is like, especially when you are getting out of school and you have like a bunch of just school artwork. You have to think about it this way: is a lot of that artwork is throwaway work. It was learner work, right? It's beginner work, and you have to start getting your skills leveled up to a point where you could put something out and go, "Okay, this is actually really good." But you have to go through that. Man, this you think you've come out with something cool, or it looks great to you, but then months later it's not, because you've advanced in your capability, and what you saw before is not as good as what it was, right? And that's one of those things that also can kind of happen, but you just have to remind yourself that you're still in learner mode, and you need to get out of that as soon as you can. And a lot of artists don't think about it that way, and they just think they're I'm kicking art out now, but then they're leaving those things in their portfolio, and they shouldn't be. And I think some of it is for sentimental reasons, or like, "Oh, I worked so hard on this character, I shouldn't be taking this out of here. It was the first good thing that I thought I did," but it's past its prime, right? Until you can get to your art to a point where when you look at it and you go, "That looks really great." It looks so stupidly good that you know, and when you have that critical eye and you're at that point, you know that it looks good. You know, how many pieces of art have you seen on ArtStation where you go, I could not critique anything on this. It looks that good, right? That's how you know. There's nothing left for me to really critique anymore. So cool.
Yeah.
And granted, you as the artist might be able to see the flaws or whatever at that point, right? The only issues you see are things that you see, but everybody else is kind of like, this looks amazing. Yep, it does. That's because it does. So you'll see the flaws then, but nobody else will.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like, as you get better, so does, like you said, your eye, and you'll always find stuff. So there's, I mean, maybe I mean, I doubt it, but maybe there's a level where you get to a point where like you know you don't see anything, but I
no,
imagine
you'll always see the errors and flaws that other people are making specifically.
Well, I mean, in your own work as you level.
Oh
up.
yeah, oh absolutely. Well, I mean, you'll know that hey, I did this, and it's kind of a cheater technique that I use, and you know, I feel bad for using it, but I use it anyway, right? Like that happens all the time. That never goes away. You know, like you shortcut something, and you know you shortcutted it, and you're like, man, I could have made that look like 10% better. But hey, I shortcutted this, and you know what? Nobody else is going to notice that, but I know. But who cares, right? You're sacrificing for the sake of speed or getting the idea out there or whatever. Yeah, totally. Like that's a legit thing.
Right. Hopefully this doesn't break anything. Save this. It's this guy.
That is true, Corvid. If you enjoy doing it, you never work, and that is true for people that really enjoy drawing or doing art. When you get into doing like making this your job, I mean, that happened today. I was working on a sculpture for work, and all of a sudden I looked down at the clock, and it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I hadn't had breakfast. I hadn't had lunch. You know, like I hadn't even been paying attention yet. Like all of a sudden, I was like, "Holy crap! I didn't even realize what time it was. Time just evaporated. I just hadn't even noticed." Right? And it's one of those things where I was enjoying myself and what I was doing so much that didn't even know what time it was. And the nice thing is I made this my job and I love it. You know, that's where it's like, man, like you said, if this project takes off, I'm stoked because yeah, I enjoy working on this sort of stuff.
Yep.
The sculpture stuff is fun, but it takes so much longer. You know, it's so many extra steps and getting the sculpture done and getting all that looking amazing, and then you're like, cool, I'm done. Nope. Now I gotta retopo it, and then you're like, I'm done, right? Nope. I gotta unwrap it. Oh, okay. Now I gotta do the substance painter for it all and get that looking amazing, and it's just a lot.
I mean, I'm not as sharp on straight painting stuff as you guys are, so I still enjoy the sculpting. Like I came from like ceramics and like
Sure.
I started from the 3D end. I feel like and it sounds like you honed a lot more of the 2D stuff more so first.
Yeah. I mean, I texture painted for most of my time starting out in the industry for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah,
See, and for me, like I love the sculpture stuff too, right? Like, don't get me wrong on that. But like once I get done with the sculpture stuff, I want to move on and do more sculpture stuff, right? And I don't want to do the rest of it, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas when I do stuff like this, I'm in it to do the modeling and the unwrapping and then the texturing, right? I find this process of doing the hand painting, I'm much more involved in all of that, right? Than oh, I'm just doing the sculpture so I can get the lighting information. So that way I have to throw it, so that way then I unwrap it and then I throw it into Substance Painter, which Substance Painter takes all of this out of it, right? All the hand paint stuff just goes away, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where it kind of like breaks down for me is I want to do more painting. I don't get to do the painting because Substance Painter is doing that for me.
That's fair.
I find the Substance Painter really boring to use. Like I just
Oh no. Oh no.
What'd you do? His arms are.
Something's wrong with. Well,
your
John, is John still here? You're welcome. I've mutilated the gnomes.
Oh my god.
Oh
It's horrible. It's a Cronenberg. You've created a Cronenberg.
Oh no. I don't know why his head's down there. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Okay.
That's unfortunate. Well, at least his ears are in the right spot.
Yeah. Well, the ears are.
I know. You didn't change that part of the model.
Well, I'm gonna run around.
Oh my god. I didn't know we were making a horror game, dude.
I didn't either.
A new spell, turn them inside out. Is that the inside out spell?
Yeah. I made a mimic, guys. We're good to go.
Yeah. Oh god. Should take a screenshot of that one. It's one of those production images. It's kind of one of those things when you always get done on a project. You always like, I don't know if you've ever done that, but sometimes there were people that I would work with. They'd make like a bugs compilation at the end of the project of just all the horrible things that would go wrong.
I've been keeping like kind of an archive of progress and stuff.
We would always at Rainbow, after we got done on our project, like one of the guys would like make this video of all of the bugs, and we would just on release day we would just, hey, congratulations everybody, you don't have to work today because we've gone gold and everything's out and da 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 da. And then it's like, hey, there's gonna be snacks and refreshments in the wherever. And then you would just literally watch that blooper reel and everybody would just be cracking up, dude, just for like all the bugs that just were in this game that we had to like sort out or figure out. Dude. There was one where I didn't work on this game, but one of the best ones that I had ever heard of from another game was it was SpongeBob SquarePants, the Bikini Bottom game. And apparently when they first were working on that game, you had the ability to pick up objects and stuff. And so apparently SpongeBob could pick up Patrick, but Patrick would just sit in like a bent over position. So it's SpongeBob walking behind Patrick, just giving him the business. And when he was talking about it, he was just cracking up, laughing about just trying to describe it. That was be an amazing bug. That, and I think you could like punt characters too. Like you could kick them, and like one of them, they ended up kicking Patrick like into orbit, and he just was gone. Like they just kicked him.
I need to. You know what I'm gonna have to do? Is I'm gonna have to hunt down some of those weird bugs that happen on stream. Because I have some screenshots, but I don't have like the video ones. I'll have to...
Oh man!
All right, guys, the new gnome he's done. Hang on,
looking good. He's animating well.
Yep, working as intended.
I want to see what the Cronenberg one looked like
The way his hair is sitting on it, it looks like Kim Jong-un. Got the hair like the...
Oh yeah, that's right, because we changed his head. Oh boy. He looks a little bit like Droopy Dog, I'm not gonna lie.
He's got some droops on him for some, like the weight's got on there, yeah. Even his ears got fucked up.
Yeah, dude. Everything's just even the mismatched colored eyebrows, man. Great. I also want to know what is underneath him. Like what's in the
That-
middle? Like
oh, that's his.
by his feet?
It's his dagger and his candle. 'Cause
Oh, okay.
they're
No,
not.
it's not his hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. It's too funny.
I like how it's still trying to animate.
He's sure trying.
Good times.
This is what I feel. This is what I feel like AI will do to games.
Yeah. What class am I right now? Am I fighter? I don't think I can wear the robe. Oh.
Wait, fighters can't wear robes? Really?
Well, let's see. Yeah, well, this one in particular.
Gotcha.
This one's. Yeah, this is the one I remember. So it's only caster only. The banana, the yellow banana one.
Gotcha.
It's got some saggy boobies on there.
Yeah. Dude, I can't get over this. I love it. It's too good. Well, ship it.
Yeah, like from that, I love that certain angle where he looks like Kim Jong Un. Like,
Yeah,
well,
he's got
a little
that
mini
dark flat top, dude.
Yeah, it's hilarious. All right, let's see if I can fix this. Oh boy.
Here we go.
I need to get food at some point as well. I still haven't had dinner.
Hey, same boat. That's okay. I've got Tobo Chico. It's delicious.
What that is?
It's flavored water.
Oh,
It's fizzy flavored water. It's
I
delicious.
don't have my camera on today, but I'd be modeling my hint water.
Ooh.
Just a hint of strawberry kiwi.
Mine's just twisted lime. Twisted lime.
Okay, so this is saved. You can close this other one.
Are you sure the bones are labeled correctly?
It's ooh. You know what?
That's the only reason why his head would be twisted like a frickin' pretzel. That's the only
well,
reason why that could be
no.
possible.
This should be the correct rig.
Okay.
Because it's got the Erkenstaff bits on it. This isn't my
Okay.
my stupid rig. I think what I could do. Let me try something. Let me do this real quick as well. Let's export it again. And what I'm gonna do is delete the gnome out of here. And then I'm gonna re-import as a new gnome. And then we'll go to the gnome. Gnome boyo.
No bueno. Oh God, what happened? Oh, figure that out. I guess I just painted in here randomly. All right, good to know.
Let's see if that did anything.
Hmm.
Hey, that did a thing. When in doubt, delete it and import
back
it
in
out.
there.
What?
Yeah. Delete it and put it back in there.
Yeah, basically turn it off and on again. The game dev equivalent right there. It's probably more of a Unity specific thing, but his hair is still fucked up, but that's fine. I was gonna redo that
Well, it
hair
will because the
anyway.
model is different. Yeah.
Yeah. He's still using like the V1 hair model texture. That's the next thing I need to do actually. After refactors and texture fixing up, like I want to go through the hair and just because some of them are the old ones, like the female still has the. There we go. That's not too bad. It's still bad, but it's not as bad. He looks kind of tubby to the weights. Looks like a little halfling. That's funny. Little Kim Jong halfling.
His little handshakes are great.
So small I can't even like get close.
God, he's grumpy looking.
What is this? Oh, it's the sword. How small he is.
He's a tiny, tiny gnome. Very puntable.
You know what robe I can use actually?
Why does he look like? Why am I just seeing a little toddler with his little hand motions like?
Uh, There we go. There's the robe.
Boom.
Here's the shawl. And the animation is pretty jacked. I'll have to get I'll have to try and get the actual file from Arkenstaff, and maybe I can do a better job with this or something. He does this weird head thing.
Oh, where he's like looking right and left. God.
Yeah.
He's looking for the thing to destroy. He's angry. I want to kill you. Who did that? It definitely does have the head bobs.
Yeah, I think that's part of the look at target stuff.
Mm.
It's not working on him, I guess. I don't know why the ears are messed up. That shouldn't be a thing, but whatever. Obviously, this needs a lot of weight paint cleanup and such, but
He's in.
he's in. It's something. Um,
I think you should have left the original one in and just when anybody asks you, it's like, oh, this is our new Cronenberg race.
Well, that's what I was gonna do. I'm gonna have to go through the stream bot and get a snap of that and be like, guys, what do you think of the new gnome? There's the cape. So he's all working. He's working all. He's
Yeah.
working out. I don't think I changed the face. So I don't know why his face is all melty. Maybe it's weight problems as well, though. Probably the ears or something going on the shoulders. So I'll figure it out. Oh, Cronenberg. What is this? I never get notification when you're streaming? Dang. You just rolled in here, Possum? Dude, we've been going for 4 hours now. It's a dual stream. Sorry you missed it, Ben. Probably getting ready to call it to be out like here in a sec. But just so you know what's going on, I reworked the gnome a little bit. So he's more North Korean a little bit.
Yeah. He also is less gorilla armed as well, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Looks nicer. I like it.
Kim No Myung. Yeah.
Was there not a Discord thing? Or you just missed it? You don't get one? That's weird. Well, hang on. You need to like opt into it, don't you? Did you not opt into it maybe? You have to like react. You are? Don't know. Maybe you have notifications turned off or something. Shouldn't this lady have hair?
Maybe she's bald.
Pretty sure she had hair at one point though.
Oh. Case of the missing wig.
Yeah.
Grumpy Gnome is on it. I will say, if we keep him like this, he sure does run angry. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you see that coming, you'd be like, that guy's pissed.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I'm not immune to stuff. Gonna die. Anyway, I mean, there's more shit I need to do with this, but I think this is a good stopping point for me. Want to get some beans.
There you go.
And stuff. So, I think I'm ready to roll on out, dude.
Sure. Yeah, I still got a little bit to do with this hair, but it's starting to get there. I think overall, like, her body and stuff is pretty much done. So I got all that kind of like laid out. Maybe just a little touch up on her foot or something like that. But overall, I think it's looking pretty grand.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got a lot done.
Yeah, looks good, man.
Thanks. You too. I'm glad you're able to get oh shit. Okay. Yeah, it was cool that you got that the mail done so quickly in terms of just his
Yeah, well, I mean, I just
his unwraps and stuff, and the model and getting all that kind of set up. So cool.
yeah, you did most of the thinking part. I just did the thing I've been doing the whole time thing. So,
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
look how look how well it turned out.
I mean, it's pretty good.
I'm
Like I
sure
said,
that
just needs a
there's
little cleanup, and I think again, like looking at him, he already does look and feel a little bit better, just in terms of like his overall like posture and shape and stuff feels better to me. So
yeah, there's skin texture and stuff always needs cleaned up, but
yep,
we'll get a better idea. I think I agree though. Like I think he looks better than he did.
and
So
not too far off the original either. So that's
yeah,
the good part.
it's you don't really notice unless you're
Mm-hmm.
have a side by side probably.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's gonna be it, guys. Thanks Zach for doing another dual stream. Always fun hanging out with you, man.
Heck yeah,
And
man! Anytime.
thanks everybody in chat for chilling and everything. So I'll see you guys next time. Well, might bump Wednesday to a different day. I think I might have something going on Wednesday. But otherwise, everything else will be normal. Should be. So all right, let me find my little button here. Hit the little button. And I think it's going right. It's not going.
No.
It's not doing the thing. Okay. Well,
It's
that
not
sucks.
doing
it just changed the thing. Okay. Oh, it's doing something there. Okay.
Well, thanks again for inviting me, man. We got to do more dual streams in the future.
Yeah, we'll have to try and coordinate and get more people next time or something. Do that quad stream.
Dude, a quad stream would be pretty sick, though.
Yeah. Hey Ray, thanks for popping in. Sorry you catching me right at the end here, man.
Yeah, you'll have a VOD up soon.
Yeah, the VOD will be there. It's fine. You know what we should really do is quad Helldiver.